And I issued a press release saying, the teachers' unions and left-wing special interest groups are keeping our schools closed, despite the serious consequences for students, academic success, and mental health. Serious consequences may have been the understatement of the century. Since the last time you testified, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, NAEP, released its 2022 math and reading scores. The results were disturbing. Reading scores plummeted to the lowest level in the history of NAEP testing. Across all subjects, American K-12 students saw a steep drop in educational attainment, thanks in large part to the Biden administration's lockdown policies. The negative consequences of learning loss for this generation's future employment and earnings will be devastating. If I were to grade your tenure based on the state of K-12 schools, I'd give you an F. Failing NAEP scores are not the only negative development in education since our last oversight hearing. Over the past 7 months, colleges across the nation have seen an unprecedented regression in moral and institutional legitimacy as anti-Semitism and pro-Hamas protests have engulfed campuses. Turn on the news and universities such as Columbia and UCLA look like unrecognizable war zones. From the beginning, I've urged a firm hand in dealing with the explosion of anti-Semitism on campus, and I've led by example. You, on the other hand, refused even to say that the "from the river to the sea" chant is anti-Semitic. I saw this as a failure of moral clarity, deeming you unfit for public office, and called for your resignation in February. With the outbreak of campus riots, I'm only more resolute, so I will say it again. You must resign. If I were to grade your time as secretary based on the state of post-secondary education, I would also give you an F. My final report card grade is based on your tenure as an administrator. Again, I warned of the potential pitfalls of mismanaging programs such as the FAFSA rollout and the student loan return to repayment, but the department managed to bungle both. FAFSA simplification has been the law for the entirety of your administration, but last year was filled with delays and excuses. In March of 2023, after months of refusing to communicate a FAFSA release date, the department announced it would push the implementation of the FAFSA Simplification Act back from October 1st to what ended up being December 30, 2023. The October deadline should have come as no surprise. Congress had already granted the department an additional year, and you still couldn't get the job done. Then the December 30 soft launch was filled with glitches. Prospective college students fought through random crashes and lengthy waiting rooms to submit their completed FAFSA application, only to be met with uncertainty. For the applications that did make it through, large percentages contained errors, were unable to be corrected, or both. In some cases, these errors took months to be fixed. A financial aid administrator survey of schools just last week found that over 30% of schools have still not even begun to package aid offers, thanks to your delays. The delays and uncertainty have crushed students and universities. FAFSA completion rates have fallen 30% nationally, with declines likely even higher among low-income students. Universities are expecting decreases in enrollment in the fall that could be even worse than the pandemic. Attending college is one of the most consequential choices that some may ever make. For many students with very limited means who depend on the FAFSA, that choice has been denied to them. Some will inevitably put education on the back burner for life. That's what troubles me the most about this. May 1 should have been College Decision Day, but instead students are still stuck waiting for financial information, paralyzed by your ineptitude. FAFSA should have been a top priority. Instead, your actions proved time and again that it wasn't. When the department should have been pouring time and resources into FAFSA, it was pouring time and resources into the latest student loan debt scheme. The newest scheme, the IDR Save Plan, adds to your department's actions that could cost taxpayers up to $1 trillion. For perspective, these actions are more expensive than all post-secondary education spending before 2020. The Higher Education Act passed in 1965, yet you're projected to spend more on just the Biden student loan debt scheme than all other secretaries spent since 1965 combined. I've completely lost faith in this administration to govern. Your radicalism has alienated loan servicers and caused the administration to bungle the return to repayment. 9 million borrowers missed their first repayment. I'm not sure this administration ever wanted repayment. I think you see it as politically advantageous to kick the can down the road. So you did. Therefore, if I were to grade your tenure as an administrator, I'd give you an F. On all the broad strokes, you have a failing grade, but there are plenty of other specific issues to discuss today. The department has failed to protect young women with its Title IX rewrite, failed to return employees to the office to work in person, and failed to pass its 2023 financial audit. I see each of these failures as a result of the original failure that the federal government inserted itself into education in the first place. There are good reasons why the word education does not appear in the Constitution. Education is done best when it's handled at the local level. The solution is not more of the same, which is what the president's budget represents, but less of what has sidetracked our country's educational system, the Department of Education itself. As President Ronald Reagan once famously said, the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. With that, I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Dr. Fox, and good morning, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being with us today. 70 years ago, in this month, the Chief Justice Earl Warren wrote the majority opinion and the unanimous opinion of Brown v. Board of Education. In these days, it is doubtful that any child may reasonably be expected to succeed in life if he is denied the opportunity of an education. Such an opportunity, where the state is undertaken to provide it, is a right which must be made available to all on equal terms. The court went on to say that segregation of students by race denies the children of the minority race of an equal education opportunity because segregated schools are inherently unequal. But regrettably today, we must acknowledge that in 2024, America's public schools are as segregated by race and class as they were in the late 1960s. Today, we have a chance to hear from Secretary Cordano about how the Biden-Harris administration is working to finally fulfill the promise of Brown and bolster support for students and teachers while also tackling the systemic inequities present in our public school system. For example, last Congress, Democrats and President Biden enacted to pass the American Rescue Plan Act without the support of a single Republican vote to deliver the largest one-time federal investment in K-12 education in our nation's history. And the investment was allocated using the Title I-A formula, meaning that the greatest resources went to the communities with greatest need. These resources also allowed the school districts to make up for missed time in the classroom, respond to students' mental and social emotional needs, and support educators. In which the research shows is that the federal investments resulted in marked improvement in school children in Chicago, Birmingham, and Nashville, and other cities and counties around the country. Additionally, the Department of Education has also taken historic steps to relieve student borrowers of mountains of unaffordable debt. This administration has forgiven more than $160 billion in student loan debt for 4.6 million borrowers, including some who were duped by their universities. By enhancing the income-driven repayment plans and the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, future borrowers now have a clear path to repayment. So today I look forward to hearing from the Secretary about how the department, what the present status is in getting the free application for federal student aid, the FAFSA, rollout back on track. As you know, the committee has communicated with you our concerns about the impact of the many delays on the students' college decisions. Committee Democrats have pressed for policies to ensure that every student has access to a quality education. At the same time, Republicans have prioritized divisive culture war issues that politicized classrooms, pushed book banning legislation, and were consumed with who uses which bathroom. Moreover, my colleagues frequently speak about their commitment to fighting campus discrimination, yet their actions tell a different story. Congressional Republicans have advocated significant cuts in the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights funding, which would inevitably hinder its ability to investigate and prosecute campus-related discrimination claims. Unfortunately, this seems to be where my colleagues are on the other side of the aisle, and we often come to an impasse, because complaining about a problem is not a solution. At the end of the day, if we want to reduce rising tensions on college campuses, we need to advance meaningful legislation to actually address the problem. Passing meaningless resolutions week after week and turning the committee room into a political spectacle only seems to have exacerbated the problems instead of diffusing them. Our students deserve more than be used as pawns in political games and fundraising schemes. To that end, I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your testimony and look forward to what I hope to be a productive discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now you're back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8C, all members who wish to insert written statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically in Microsoft Word format by 5 p.m. 14 days after the date of the hearing, which is May 22nd, 2024. And without objection, the hearing record will remain open for 14 days to allow such statements and other extraneous material referenced during the hearing to be submitted for the official hearing record. I now turn to the introduction of our witness. We have as our witness Secretary Miguel Cardona from the U.S. Department of Education located in Washington, D.C. We thank you for being here today and look forward to your testimony. I remind the witness that we have read your written statement, which will appear in full in the hearing record. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8D and committee practice, I ask that you limit your oral presentation to a 5-minute summary of your written statement. I also remind the witness to be aware of his responsibility to provide accurate information to the committee. I now recognize Mr. Secretary for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member Scott, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity today to testify on President Biden's fiscal year 2025 budget request for the United States Department of Education. My purpose here today is to propose a budget that helps protect and support our nation's students. To be clear, it's not to create a spectacle for the benefit of the media or to provoke divisions that inflame culture wars and political sideshows, but do nothing to help our young people succeed. Our nation's parents and students are looking for us to recognize that we have common ground and to build on that by making responsible choices together to invest in education as the foundation for American opportunity. It's a responsible choice to sustain our nation's academic recovery from the impacts of the pandemic through $82.4 billion in calculated investments to accelerate learning and success. It's a responsible choice to invest in a stronger future for all Americans by boosting funding to close opportunity and achievement gaps in low-income communities through Title I, support students with disabilities through IDEA, support multilingual learners through Title III, and recruit prepare, retain, and develop great teachers. It is the responsible choice to invest in safer schools and the mental health of our students by making more funding available for more school counselors and mental health professionals. It is the responsible choice to give more young people access to the American dream by building more pathways to rewarding careers and opening doors to higher education for all students by improving college affordability, retention, and completion, including through free community college and increased student supports. And it's the responsible choice to fully honor the caps under the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act, as this budget does. Let me emphasize, when we get beyond all the noise and efforts by some to create division, there is, in fact, so much common ground about what matters most for our nation's students, such as getting all students to read by 3rd grade, providing mental health supports in the midst of a youth mental health crisis, opening up college and career pathways so students have more options for rewarding lives and rewarding careers, and making higher education more affordable and more accessible for those who choose that path. I know, too, that we have common ground when it comes to our horror at the appalling anti-Semitism we are seeing on some college campuses. As President said last week, there should be no place on any campus, no place in America for anti-Semitism or threats of violence against Jewish students. There is no place for hate speech or violence of any kind. The Biden-Harris administration, including the Department of Education, is taking action each and every day to help ensure that schools and colleges are free from discrimination and safe for Jewish students and all students, and will continue to do so. Make no mistake, anti-Semitism is discrimination and is prohibited by Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Dissent is essential to democracy, but dissent must never lead to disorder or to denying the right of others so students can finish their semester and their college education. Hate has no place on college campuses, and every student deserves to learn in an environment where they can feel free to be themselves without discrimination or fear for their safety. That is why our budget provides for more resources for our Office for Civil Rights to continue its strong response. And I hope to work with you in partnership and in constructive dialogue. We can raise the bar for our nation's students, and we can do it together. I look forward to working with you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Under Committee Rule 9, we'll now question the witness under the 5-minute rule. I ask members to keep your questions succinct so the witness has time to answer. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Mr. Secretary, you've been proudly volunteering the taxpayers to take on the student loan debt of largely wealthy college graduates. Do you believe that students who spend their time in college calling for the destruction of an ethnic or religious group, or spend their time preventing students of particular ethnic or religious groups from walking around campus freely, or spend their time occupying campus buildings, deserve to have their education paid for by taxpayers?
Couldn't hear you that well, but if you're making reference to the student debt relief plan that we've done, I'm really proud of the work that we're doing to provide a lifeline for students who chose to go to college and are living
But I'm talking about the students who are being anti-Semitic and stopping Jewish students from being able to go to class and threatening them. Do you want to have the taxpayers pay their loans off?
I believe that students who are breaking the law and are disrupting the educational environment should be held to account. I believe it's important that all students have access to their higher education classes and graduation.
Well, then will you commit to ensuring that no student has harassed other students or prevented other students from going to class or broken laws receives any form of student loan forgiveness?
We are committed to making sure that campuses are safe. I can condemn any form of hate or any violence on campus. I've spoken to students and educators who have experienced that, and it's our
Well,
responsibility.
we'd like you to follow through on those who do break the law and make sure they don't receive student loan forgiveness. Mr. Secretary, the COO at FSA needs to have a deep and vast knowledge of how loan operations work, given FSA is de facto the largest consumer bank in the country. Indeed, the performance-based organization statute contemplates high expectations of the COO. The COO needs to be an operational and lending expert and have a keen understanding of massive lending operations. Will you commit to finding a replacement for Richard Cordray, who has real-world experience leading a massive lending operation, so that we can be assured that the financial interests of the taxpayers are protected?
Thank you for the question. I am committed to making sure we have a chief operating officer that has experience, and I look forward to working with you on a process to select.
Thank you. In a similar vein, since September 19, 2023, I've been asking for the performance bonus for FY22 of COO Cordray and FY23 for senior FSA staff, including COO Cordray. This has been met with delay after delay after delay. This should not be hard, as these bonuses are required to be made public. If I do not receive the information requested by noon on the 14th, you will be facing a subpoena. As I mentioned earlier, FSA is a performance-based organization and has the ability to award bonuses to select employees, including the chief operating officer. Did the errors that KPMG found in FY 2022 and FY 2023 in conducting the department's financial audits result in a reduction or elimination of bonuses paid to senior department and FSA staff?
Thank you for the question.
Simple answer, yes or no.
Thank you for the question, Chairwoman Fox. We take responding to your request very seriously, and we'll continue to share information with you. I'll make sure that we're communicating with your team on a timeline for providing you the information.
Did the audit have an impact on the bonuses? Yes or no?
Within the communication, I would make sure that the answer to your question is there. I can tell you that we take, the audit information that we receive very seriously.
Okay.
And
what are the practical consequences of the department's failure to obtain a clean audit for each of the last 2 years?
Well, we recognize how important it is to work with our auditors, and we've gotten disclaimers of opinions in the past, and we're continuing to work with our auditors to make sure that the information they provide us is used as we continue to improve practices every year.
Okay. On March 6th, I transmitted a letter to you voicing my concerns about the department's 16% occupancy rate. It's been 2 months since I wrote to you about, and 3.5 months since the White House Chief of Staff requested you and other federal department leaders submit a return to office action plan. Will you commit to me today you'll provide the information and documents that I requested no later than May 17th?
I absolutely commit to providing you that information as quickly as possible. I hope before May 17th. And I know that we've increased those numbers significantly, so I'm proud of the progress we're making.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I now recognize Mr. Courtney for 5 minutes.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and Secretary Cardona. Thank you for your service and your presence here today. So last Friday, the U.S. Department of Labor issued its monthly jobs report. It showed that the U.S. economy added 175,000 new jobs, defying again all of the skeptics and naysayers. We are now at a place where for 27 consecutive months, the U.S. unemployment rate has been below 4%. That has never happened in the history of this country. But even with those numbers, we still have 8.5 million job openings in the U.S. economy. One of the things that I think is so unique about your life experience and what you bring to the job is that you are a graduate of a career in technical high school, Wilcox Tech in Meriden, Connecticut. who today, along with career and technical schools all over the country, are on fire in terms of making sure that young people are able to take advantage of these record number of job openings. And one of your initiatives at the Department of Education has also been the Career Connected High School program, which again is about getting not just trade schools, but comprehensive high schools into the act as far as connecting young people to the right skills and closing the skills gap. Can you, again, talk about progress with that program?
Sure.
And certainly I've seen it in my district.
Thank you very much, Congressman. You know, I talk about common ground in my remarks. This is something that we should really be coming together. For far too long in this country, we've had a four-year college or bust mentality that I believe has underserved our students, our communities, and our country. I am unapologetically in support of making sure that all of our high schools, not just our technical schools, have pathway programs for students to explore careers, apprenticeships, internships, dual credit programs, so these students could get those credentials that they need to pursue a four-year degree, which is what I did after a technical high school, or go into the workforce or get a credential to get a high-skill, high-paying career. We are committed to that at the Department of Education. I often talk about an evolution of our schools. The Career Connected Learning Grant, which is something that we're proposing a $57 million increase, would do just that. I visited schools that have done a really good job, K-12 schools that are connected with two-year colleges, oftentimes four-year colleges, and then industry partners or labor partners for our students to have better access earlier to the trades, to the careers that exist now. This is something that I believe there's a lot of common ground on. Our budget reflects interest in that, and we're committed to supporting it.
So I completely agree. I have visited a high school in my district, Turtlet High School. It's a public school up in Thompson, Connecticut, where, again, because of the Career Pathways approach, which your program encourages, employers are getting into the game in terms of helping fund these programs, particularly in the healthcare sector, because right now in that 8.5 million job openings in healthcare, that is probably one of the most acute shortfalls that exist. And these kids are getting a chance to get certified as CNAs along with their diploma when they graduate from high school. Some will go right into work. Others are actually going to go into nursing programs. And so it's not like an either or for higher education or going into the workforce. But either way, you're really actually getting a meaningful sort of stimulus to students in terms of just, showing up for school, which again helps attendance, which by the way is something we all should be encouraging. I want to, again, just for the last minute, talk about the fact that when you took office, the Department of Education was under numerous court orders for failure to obey the law for public service loan forgiveness. The prior administration had denied 98% of the applications for loan discharge under the Public Service Loan Program, which was created with a bipartisan vote in the House in 2007. I was there and remember when President Bush signed that into law. Again, as we, are going back into the recovery mode in terms of these programs, can you talk about PSLF in terms of just, the progress that you've made?
Thank you for that question. So just broadly speaking, Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program was one of the programs that was broken, that wasn't being implemented the way you intended it to be in a bipartisan fashion. 7,000 people got it in the last administration, 98% denial rate. In 3 years, we've provided 875,000 borrowers. These are teachers, nurses, veterans, with almost $62 billion in debt relief. And I'll bring attention to a teacher that I spoke to in New York who took out a loan for $30,000, ended up having to pay $60,000 because of interest. Well, she received debt relief, and now she's able to buy a home. These are the stories that are happening with public service loan forgiveness.
Because you're obeying the law. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Courtney. Mr. Wilson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Ms. Secretary, my wife's a teacher. I just have such a high regard for the education profession. That's why I want it to be local. I believe in local elected school boards. I did not favor the creation of the Department of Education. Every effort of devolution power back to the states. We've got a great Superintendent Ellen Weaver in my home state of South Carolina. every way to send it back to elected school boards is what should be done. Every school district is different, and every communities are different within the school districts, and so the federal government just cannot possibly understand or address the issues properly. With that in mind, another issue, of course, that you've just referenced, with Section 117 of the Higher Education Act requires institutions of higher education that receive federal financial assistance to disclose semi-annually to the U.S. Department of Education any gifts received and any contracts with a foreign source that alone or combined are valued at $250,000 or more in a calendar year. Your administration has decided to move this Section 117 enforcement to the Federal Student Office of Federal Student Aid, which has already overworked. What is the status of these reports? And this is really critical because we've got dictatorships today, whether it be war criminal Putin, it could be the Chinese Communist Party, it could be, we know, the regime in Tehran. All are trying to, through disinformation, destroy our country. And so what's being done to try to stop any disinformation?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. And first of all, happy Teacher Appreciation Week to your wife and to all the teachers across the country. You know, Section 117 is a very important section, and we take the responsibility of communicating gifts very seriously. We've reported close to 39,000 foreign gifts worth $21 billion already. We believe that transparency is critical, and having it move under FSA allows us to do that more succinctly. As you know, we're a member of the FBI's National Counterintelligence Task Force. We communicate regularly to ensure that the law enforcement arms or the investigation arms are informed with information that we have. So that system is working well, and I agree with you that we need to protect our schools from foreign influence.
And you don't have to do this right now, but I would like a question I would like for the record, if you could get back with me, as to what is the status of maintaining these quarterly reports.
Okay.
This is just critically important because it's so sad at Yale, Stanford, and Harvard, in particular, there have been countless examples of raging anti-Semitism on the campus. These schools also had Section 117 investigations under the Trump administration. Your department has opened Title VI of the Civil Rights Act's investigations into these schools in the last few months. And we again see dictatorships trying to impact the American people as they're trying to promote their totalitarian, authoritarian view of the world. And we've just got to be prepared. And are you coordinating the Open 117 investigations with the Open Title VI investigations?
Thank you for that question. We have, as you know, a significant increase in Title VI investigations since October 7th attacks alone, over 100 new cases that we have, which is why we're asking for an increase to make sure that we have enough investigators to move on these cases. We take into account, depending on the investigation request, we take into account many different factors. So while not speaking generically, I can tell you that our Office for Civil Rights does take into account different factors when requests come in for investigation.
Well, I'm really greatly concerned. The FBI, Commissioner Wray, Director Wray, has warned that an attack is imminent here, or attacks are imminent across our country, and they can be facilitated by not acting against these anti-Semites who, hey, from the river to the sea, that's just a code for murder of the people of Israel. And we know that the Hamas covenant of August 18, 1988 provides Section 7, that you chase every Jew behind a rock and tree until you find the last Jew, and then with the last Jew behind a rock, you... Hey, and let me restate and make clear, because all of God's children should know, and that is that Section 7 of the Hamas covenant calls for chasing every Jew behind a rock or tree until you find the last Jew behind a rock and you kill him. And so it should be known by all Americans, and this should not be misunderstood. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Sablon, You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Cardona, welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you for continuing the BLSF program. Yeah, right. The student loan program. Appreciate that. You mentioned in your testimony, Mr. Secretary, you mentioned mental health for schools. May is, as you know, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, which provides a good opportunity to raise awareness about the importance of access to mental health services, especially for our students and school communities. We must also fight this month and every month to erase all stigma around seeking treatment for mental health concerns. I have heard firsthand from parents, teachers, school administrators, and students themselves about their concerns for their well-being, and I share this concern with you, Mr. Secretary. One transformational step towards addressing this growing need was the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. May I ask you, Mr. Secretary, can you tell me the status of different programs, also Stronger Connections grant program, the school-based mental health services grant, and the mental health service professional demonstration grant program? How do these programs help meet the mental health needs of today's students?
Yeah, thank you for the question. You're absolutely right. As Dr. Vivek Murthy identified, we are in a youth mental health crisis. And if we go back to the schools that we had in 2019, we are failing our children. We need to do better. I'm proud that the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act provided in education $2 billion for mental health supports, for professional development for staff, for Stronger Connections dollars to help ensure that school safety plans are appropriate and up to date. Those dollars have made a significant difference. We've seen a 40% increase during that time of school social worker availability. We've seen close to 30% more school nurses available to our students in our schools. It's sad to hear that we've normalized schools not having school nurses, and we have to do better. Our current budget asks for $40 million in mental health supports for our K-12 schools, knowing that students are 6 times more likely to access mental health supports if they're provided in our schools. So we're proud of that work, and we ask you to support that budget.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, on a small item that's very, very looms large in my district. The department's implementation of the FAFSA Simplification Act has regrettably produced uncertainties for students in my district. From the Northern Mariana Islands in particular, have faced numerous obstacles throughout this application cycle, and it must have been when they were designing the system, because you kept the one place in the United States out from the system, my district. The only place in the United States which couldn't access the FAFSA unless they declared themselves as foreign students, foreign schools. So your department was notified of this in January, and today 4 months, and the issue remains. You have provided a workaround, but I hope this is, and I know this is unacceptable even for you, sir, but could you tell me what the department needs in order to ensure a smooth application process for the next cycle? What would you do differently?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And I can assure you that our team will follow up with you to make sure that the students that you represent get the best support and make sure that they have what they need to fill out FAFSA. And let me just tell you, 30 years ago, I didn't fill out FAFSA. It was an intimidating process. I didn't want to give it over to my parents to fill it out. It was an hour-long process, and I knew the system was broken. 2 years ago, when I filled it out for my son, it was an hour-long process. And I can see why, we're hovering around 60% completion rate before the simplification.
Mr. Secretary.
Rolling out the plan has been a challenge, and
Mr. Secretary,
yes.
It's 100% in my district. No student can complete the FAFSA application. And I understand it's one of the items that, outstanding issues that needs to be resolved. I'm just asking you, could I please have your commitment that this will be resolved before the next school year?
Absolutely.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're gonna-
That's it,
no.
Mr. Secretary. Thank
you.
you very much for your service, sir.
Thank you.
This will be my last time before you on this kind of hearing, but I know you'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sablon. Mr. Thompson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Cardona, my line of questions has to do with learning to earn. And as you know, I'm a strong advocate for career and technical education. I've co-chaired the bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus for over a decade. I am immensely proud of the CTE programs throughout the country, but especially those in my district, like the secondary CTE programs at St. Mary's Area School District. I had the privilege of visiting just a few weeks ago. Mr. Secretary, were you aware that while the overall high school graduation rate around the country is 87%, secondary CTE programs graduate at least 96% of their students, according to the President's budget justification for fiscal year 2025?
Yes.
Yeah. And are you aware that post-secondary CTE programs on average have higher completion and placement rates than non-CTE post-secondary programs?
Yes.
As you know, CTE programs help students gain credentials in in-demand sectors throughout the economy. For example, in the most recent program year, there were nearly 1.8 million post-secondary CTE concentrators. Over a quarter of those were enrolled in CTE programs within the health science cluster, and we're all keenly aware of the shortage of healthcare workers throughout the country. Do you agree that CTE programs, particularly in the wake of the pandemic, have aligned with local labor markets, responded to employers, and met local demands?
Yes.
Mr. Secretary, I know you visited a number of programs in your time as Secretary. That's much appreciated. Given all this information, those visits, and the record enrollment in these programs, do you agree that the expansion and improvement of CT programs through Perkins 5 has been a major success?
I believe that the evolution of Perkins to include CTE is where we need to go, and it has been successful to get states to look at it differently.
When Congress passed Perkins 5 with unanimous support in both chambers, we included language stipulating the Department of Education may only issue regulations to the extent, quote, to the extent necessary to administer and ensure compliance with the specific requirements, end quote, of the law. Perkins 5 has been successfully implemented now for 6 years, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have recognized the successful implementation and impact of these programs on students. With this in mind, what exactly is your department planning to regulate regarding Perkins 5, and why has this administration decided it is critical to do so at this particular time, despite the law having been implemented successfully for 6 years and states currently submitting new 4-year plans this month?
Thank you for the question, Congressman, and I agree with you wholeheartedly that earning while you learn is not only good for students to stay engaged, but it's better pedagogy. Students learn better. I've visited across the country programs that, hearing from students directly where they feel like they have an opportunity to be successful. So I'm totally in agreement with you. This is one of those areas that I believe we have a lot of common ground. As an educator, as a former school principal, district leader, commissioner of education, I think the Perkins is underutilized. I think we need to do a better job making that the rule, not the exception, that we provide pathways for students. And I look forward to working with you on how we can do that, because I know we have common ground here where we can move the needle on this and make sure that all schools take advantage of it.
Well, and I appreciate that wholeheartedly, but your department has Perkins regulations on the regulatory agenda with a notice of proposed rulemaking scheduled to be issued in August of this year. Can you explain what aspect of the law your department is suddenly not able to administer after 6 years of successful enactment and having never issuing regulations on Perkins prior?
Thank you. So again, this process of making sure the Perkins grant is being utilized for what the intention was and opening access to earn-to-learn programs and apprenticeships is more readily available is what I think, collaboratively want to do across the country. We believe that we have an opportunity here to make sure that the Perkins Grant does that. Unfortunately, in many districts, it's relegated to very small programming and doesn't really touch the mainstream programming of our high schools. So the goal here is to really get to what you and I both agree is necessary for our country, which is more access to career and technical education programs.
Well, it'll soon be time for reauthorization, so I certainly encourage any thoughts that the department may have on aspects of the law that could be updated based on the 6 years of implementation feedback from CTE programs, as it seems you all do, will, and I would hope you'll provide these recommendations to the committee so they can be considered during that legislative process.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Secretary Cardona. I want to join my CTE caucus co-chair, Representative Thompson, in thanking you for making career and technical education a priority. Also support so many of the budget priorities you've proposed, including Title I, IDEA, behavioral health, bilingual education, preserving Title IVA funding. You even have a demonstration program to incentivize high-quality public preschools. Really very much appreciate that. I also want to say thank you to the department for the work that you've done updating the Title IX rule. The updated rule is going to better protect and empower students and employees who are victimized by discrimination, including LGBTQI+ individuals who have been often excluded from protection in the past. So thank you for that work. I also appreciate the department's work to support borrowers as student loan repayments resumed following the COVID pause. As of January, the share of borrowers making payments officially returned to the same repayment level as January of 2020. Prior to the pandemic, however, I also remained concerned about vulnerable borrowers who may be at risk of default or delinquency. So I've reintroduced my Simple Acts Streamlining Income-Driven Manageable Payments on Loans for Education to automatically enroll struggling borrowers in income-driven repayment plans. So, Mr. Secretary, can you please talk about what steps the department is taking to help borrowers as they restart payments, including communicating with borrowers about their repayment options? And also, connected with that, we've heard some allegations that loan forgiveness is essentially a free ride for students. Will you please talk about, sort of in general numbers, what percentage of borrowers who qualify for loan forgiveness have actually been making payments on their loans?
Thank you for that question. And, I just want to kind of preface this by saying we have a broken higher education system. And everything we've done from day one is intended to make higher education more affordable and more accessible. From providing debt relief that was passed in a bipartisan fashion here, to going after institutions that are taking advantage of first-generation students. Right. We introduced the SAFE plan, which is an affordable income-driven repayment plan that caps interest. Oftentimes, it's the interest that makes people go into default. We must remember we had over 1 million people going into default every year, and we're fixing that. And even the better FAFSA, which is as frustrating and as challenging as it has been, and delays, and I apologize to the students and families that have had to deal with delays. I know how frustrating that is. This is all intended to fix a system that for too long have kept people out. With regard to repayment, we had the Fresh Start program, which allows folks to get back on without hurting their credit. I mentioned the SAVE program, which allows you to pay based on your income. We have teachers, I mentioned before, teachers who are starting salary at $38,000 a year, having to pay $700 a month on their old loan plans. But if they sign up for SAVE, it's going to be more affordable. They're going to be more successful in paying their loans. Specifically with regard to your question, I would love to have my team get back to you on that. But I can tell you right now, the folks who are, I don't call it a scheme, I call it a lifeline for millions of Americans who are trying to get back on their feet. And we're proud that not only are we helping them get back on their feet, but we're opening the door to higher education to so many students who right now think it's out of reach.
I'm going to try to get another question, but you're absolutely right. The people I've spoken with who have had their balance forgiven actually owed more than they borrowed originally. So just on FAFSA, we appreciate your apology, but it has been really struggling. Families have been struggling. We know that the number of high school seniors who've completed the form is down significantly. particularly with communities of color and students from low-income high schools. So what is the department doing? How are you informing students and families about the process?
Sure.
Do you have any strategies to quickly increase FAFSA completion, especially as many high school students lack access to counselors, for
Sure,
example,
thank
during
you
the
for that
summer?
question. I want to give you a quick update. We have over 9 million processed applications. If a student applies today on studentaid.gov, and we're encouraging students to fill it out, if you apply today, by Friday, the colleges will have the information. 2/3 of the colleges have communicated with us that letters have gone out already. So the system, while delayed, is working. We have a strategy, a nationwide strategy to get students to fill it out. We're working with superintendents, teachers, school principals, YMCA's, Boys and Girls Club, to have an all-hands-on-deck approach. And we've just we've moved $50 million to help accelerate that process to make sure that we're giving students and families the support that they need.
And are you seeing the applications increase now with that push?
Absolutely.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Please keep up that work. It's really important.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here. The title of this hearing is Examining the Policies and Priorities of the Department of Education, and I have to say I'm deeply concerned about how the department is choosing to prioritize its efforts. The department has, since 2020, to prepare for the new FAFSA rollout, and yet the political leadership chose to spend time canceling student debt, rewriting Title IX, and I would say to the detriment and endangerment of female athletes and females in general, and making it harder for proprietary schools to exist, schools that are preparing individuals for real-world jobs with tremendous success. And now we're witnessing an explosion of anti-Semitic incidents on college campuses, and I'm concerned the department is not living up to its obligation of upholding Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. And so, Secretary Cardona, as of this morning, the Department of Education's website listed 145 open investigations based on shared ancestry under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. On average, let me ask this question, on average, how long does it take the Office of Civil Rights to conclude Title VI shared ancestry investigations, on average?
Thank you. So the anti-Semitism and shared ancestry cases have increased. We've had over 100 since the attacks on October 7th.
145 as of this morning.
Right, but just since October 7th. So we have 145 open cases. On average, it's hard to give an average because every case is different, but roughly 6 to 8 months.
Currently, how many investigators does the Department of Education have on Columbia's campus?
I cannot comment specifically on one case, but I can tell you that we have investigators looking into the cases that we have open, which is why, sir, we're asking for an increase. We have approximately 60 less investigators than we did in 2009, and triple the number of cases.
Well, then it ought to be easy to tell me how many investigators you have on Columbia's campus, on UCLA's campus, on George Washington's campus.
I'm sure you know, sir, I cannot speak on open cases. What I can tell you is that we're taking these cases very seriously. We condemn anti-Semitism and any forms of hate on campus, and we're moving as quickly as we can. Your support of our budget proposal, sir, would help us move that along.
Well, let me go this direction then. How many investigations has the department closed? And how many of those investigations have resulted in resolutions and policy changes? We can't comment on the investigations that are open.
Right.
How many have we closed?
Right. There have been 2 cases that have been closed around anti-Semitism.
2 cases?
Correct, 2 cases. And we are vigorously attending to the open cases now. As you know, when Congress passed this regulation here, or this law, we have to make sure that we're negotiating with universities on a compliance and how they're going to address the issue.
Well, you know, as I understand it, the Office of Civil Rights Case Processing Manual indicates that the Office of Civil Rights has the authority to launch its own investigations. It can launch that with your own decision-making process. You don't have to wait for specific complaints. Have you launched any proactive investigations into anti-Semitism?
What I can tell you is, as recently as this morning, we have provided guidance to all colleges, not just the ones where we might have issues. So yet Friday, I sent communication to over 5,000 university leaders. This morning, we have a letter. And
So you haven't launched any investigations?
we have, as I said earlier, 145 open cases, which we're woefully understaffed to handle the existing cases, and I'm asking for a budget increase so that we can continue to get to those cases, sir.
Well, let me put it this way. Will you commit to launching compliance reviews of campuses within the next 30 days?
We have a process where we're providing information to campuses. We've done more in the last 6-7 months than the previous administration has done in 4 years.
It's not working. It's not working
If you fund
from
us,
what we've
sir,
seen in the last 2 weeks. You know, I appreciate the fact that the University of Michigan did not negotiate, ended up going on with their commencement, speaking parochially here, but Jewish students are still in fear of their lives and their academic success on that campus and many other campuses. And the opportunity that you have to launch these reviews, you have solely. It doesn't take Congress or anyone else to ask you. I certainly hope you'll make this a priority, because it's for the future and present of students and universities and colleges under your priority supervision. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I have a question for my colleague from, it's a question, Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg, your concern for the Office of Civil Rights is well taken. Would you support a supplemental appropriation or authorization to fund the Office of Civil Rights?
I think we have if I'm allowed
I yield
to
for a
answer,
question, so yes or
I'm
no.
allowed to
I don't
answer.
have much time.
We have the secretary here for
Mr. Wahlberg, you're
his
not, I
review,
mean,
so
I asked you a
I would
simple
suggest
question.
you ask him the
This
questions.
committee has, on the majority side, continually tried to lower and decrease the funding for Office of Civil Rights. And as Mr. Secretary, you could do more if you had more money. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, welcome. Can you describe the newly finalized Title IX rule, what it does, and why your department felt it was important to create it?
Thank you for that question. For us, it was really important to make sure that we're being very explicit about protecting students. It's really about keeping our students safe in school. It strengthens protections for students on sex-based harassment, promotes accountability and fairness, and empowers students and families, and requires schools to respond promptly to all complaints. It doesn't require multiple incidents for a school to respond.
Great. Well, thank you. This rule represents the most comprehensive expansion of Title IX since its original passage. It significantly bolsters Title IX's protections and strengthens its core tenet that all students are entitled to participate in educational programs and activities free from all forms of sex discrimination. A lack of explicit protections and enforcement powers have long excluded many women, LGBTQ, pregnant, and parenting students from the full freedom to pursue a quality education. So, Mr. Secretary, how will this rule impact students?
Thank you. You mentioned pregnant students. Historically, there have been cases where students who are pregnant were encouraged to leave school or not, accommodations not be made. This protects them. In the past, we've had students who have been afraid to come forward after experiencing sexual violence because the process put them out there in a way that they were vulnerable to more attacks. So what we've done is make the provisions now safer for students to come forward and protect students who have been marginalized or under attack in our country, including LGBTQI students.
Thank you. So is it safe to say this rule will better protect female and LGBTQ students also across the board?
Yes.
Great. Since several states have filed suit enjoining the rule from going into effect, at least one state governor has suggested that his state will simply not follow the rule. Republicans claim that the rule's interpretation of sex discrimination infringes on women's rights. Mr. Cardona, is that true?
No, that is not true. It does not infringe on rights. It protects more students.
How would such blatant disregard for a rule put the educational program of such a state in jeopardy?
Well, federal rules trump state rules, and it's unacceptable for leaders to pick and choose which students they choose to protect. That's unacceptable.
So it's unacceptable for a governor to say, we're only going to protect some students, but not all students.
Correct.
And that you take your role as Secretary of Education very seriously to make sure that all students have the right to pursue an education.
Absolutely.
What tools of discrimination of implementation is the department offering to schools to understand the parameters of the new rule and to ensure that they're in compliance successfully?
We developed almost like plug-and-play materials, more so with this than any other rule we've rolled out, because we want to support schools in the implementation of this.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Currently, 83% of LGBTQ+ students face victimization at schools, including bullying, harassment, and assault. How would the new rule impact LGBTQ students?
It provides protections for these students to have access to programming that all other students will have, and prevents schools from discriminating on them because they're LGBTQI.
And is it accurate to say that a lack of protections and enforcement could result in higher rates of absenteeism for these students?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you. As you may be aware, last Friday, the University of California, Riverside, which I represent, became the first school in the University of California system to reach a peaceful resolution with student protesters. Students had set up an encampment on Monday, April 29th. Following negotiations between college administration and the leadership of the protest, the encampment was dissolved peacefully by the Friday of that same week without a single arrest. UC Riverside Chancellor Kim Wilcox announced the terms of the agreement in a letter to the UCR community, along with a list of frequently asked questions about the terms. And I'm thrilled that UCR is leading by example in peaceful resolution. Secretary Cardona, is there anything we might be able to take away from this example?
Yes, thank you. That it's critically important that college leaders engage in communication and model by discussing with students how to get to a peaceful resolution. They should preserve the safety on campus and make sure that students are able to go to class without fear.
I'm sorry, my time is up. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. Mr. Grothman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. One of my colleagues had a question on public service loan forgiveness, and you felt the program was broken because it was, quote, not being implemented the way you and Congress intended. By the same logic, will you admit that you broke the FAFSA, which Congress intended to be implemented in a timely and error-free fashion?
Yes, we have had significant delays that we're working tirelessly to implement correctly.
Thank you. Across the U.S., the number of students who successfully submitted the FAFSA was down 29% from this time last year, which is very significant. Has the department owned up to your mistakes? I guess you are, and taken responsibility. Should any employees, I guess let's say, should any employees at the Department of Education, political or otherwise, lose their jobs over the FAFSA rollout?
So let me just clarify, sir. The difference is less. We're about 15%. We've reduced the number from 30% to 15%, given our nationwide strategy that we're using. So we're seeing over 9 million students apply. The information is being processed and students are receiving letters. So I just wanted to give you that update on that.
Okay. Did you chastise anybody, or was there any consequences for the...
Yeah, thank you for that question. You know, we take this very seriously, and it's concerning to us that there were delays. And yes, there will be opportunities for not only accountability, but restructuring to make sure that this doesn't happen again. As a parent of a high school senior and a student in college, I know how important this is for our families, and we're committed to getting it right and making sure we open doors to access to higher education for more students across our country.
Okay. Wisconsin has an impressive tech college system, and more people are going there all the time. We wish still more were going there, as opposed to our traditional university. These colleges offer flexible scheduling options, summer classes, and these are popular among the students. However, due to the obvious inefficiencies within your department, numerous students interested in summer courses this year are unable to access timely financial aid. During my conversations with my local tech schools in my district, reveal a lack of guidance from the Department of Education on how to proceed and advise students. Can you offer immediate guidance to these institutions?
Absolutely, sir. I'm committed to working with you and those institutions to get them the information that they need, the resources, and if necessary, ensure that we're funding FAFSA clinics for those students in that community. I think, one thing that I want to share, sir, is, in Wisconsin, there was a 61% completion rate of FAFSA prior to the simplification. together, I know when we work together, we're going to do better than that. More students deserve an opportunity to access FAFSA and achieve their goals through higher education.
Okay, one of the major goals of President Biden has been some of the student loan forgiveness. And probably when I get back in my district, that's one of the major topics. And of course, the topic is brought up by people who have paid their student loans. You know, it's not unusual for people to say, do 2 jobs at one time. They're going to get that, clear the decks, get that loan paid off. And after they maybe get the loan paid off in 4 or 5 years, working extra hard, all of a sudden they find out that President Biden is looking, he would have forgiven them on his own. What would you like me to say to my constituents who have gone through maybe a given degree of hardship, or maybe just spent less money on other junk,
Right.
and paid off their student loans that way? How would you respond to those folks?
Thank you, Congressman. Look, I'm one of those people who paid off my loans, and I'm recognizing now as secretary that over 1 million people go into default. What I would say to those folks is we are fixing a broken system that will allow more access, better return on investment for higher education. So we're fixing broken policies to make it, this is not something that will need to happen every 5 years. We're addressing it in different ways. So.
I'll agree with you there, but what I'm saying, in the past, broken or not, there are people who paid off their loans, maybe even paid them off prematurely because they didn't like being in debt.
Right.
Okay, maybe they worked extra hard, maybe they gave up other things you could do with your money, but they paid them off early, and now they feel like suckers for being responsible. How would you respond to that individual person? If I run into a guy or a parent of somebody who says, you know, my son worked 2 jobs, he paid off his loan, why in the world are these other people getting it paid off for nothing?
Well, I think, you know, it's important to recognize where we are right now. A similar case could be made for those who received PPP loans and got debt forgiveness with small businesses. They were given help at a time where it was tough. Right now, our higher education loan system is broken. We've introduced the SAVE plan, and quite frankly, people going into default in their community doesn't help the local economy. For the teacher that I spoke to who is now able to buy a home, that's helping the community. And if you look at our programs, it's public servants. It's people who were defrauded by their colleges. So we're taking the interest off of loans that have gone on for over 20 years. Thank you.
That wasn't really an answer to my question, but thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Grothman. Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, and Secretary Cardona, thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for being here, and certainly I appreciate your visit to my district. Love to have you come back. I've just reintroduced Ignite in my bill. I guess we're calling it Reignite. We're reigniting it, which attempts to codify some of the same efforts from the administration. And as you may know, the President's FY25 budget proposal requested an increase for HBCUs, MSIs, and other underserved communities. These institutions, of course, do play a vital role in educating this country's youth, especially as higher education grapples with ongoing attacks to diversity and equity and inclusion. So can you speak briefly about the work that the department is undertaking to ensure sufficient funds are made available for institutions who have Title III or Title V designations under the Higher Education Act?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. And, you know, I enjoyed visiting your district, and I have to tell you, in my visits to HBCUs, whether it was Jackson State, Bowie State, or the AUC, you know, I always speak of the black excellence that I see there, the entrepreneurship and the sense of punching above your weight as HBCUs. But I can tell you that I've also heard from HBCUs that say, you know, our infrastructure is not adequate. Decades of underinvestment have put us behind the 8 ball, and we need more. So I'm proud that the President in his budget has not only an additional institutional capacity request of $93 million over FY23, but also $100 million to expand research and development. You know, our HBCUs need the labs to be able to compete for the contracts. So, you know, we recognize, because we work closely with our HBCUs, the additional need that they have and how they're working really hard to make it happen. So this budget does reflect the conversations and the work that we've seen in HBCUs.
Right, thank you very much. I just returned from Oklahoma to visit Langston University and to do the commencement there. But since January of this year, roughly one institution per week, on average, has announced its closure or intent to merge. Following school closures, many students struggle to continue their higher education journey. One study shows that fewer than half of students at colleges that have closed transfer to other institutions, and of those students, fewer than half end up receiving their degrees. I had a situation just in my district when I first came to Congress, pretty much. But how has the department enhanced its oversight of institutions at risk of closure since the start of the Biden administration? And can you share more about the efforts to improve the closed school discharge process to support borrowers whose institutions precipitously closed?
Thank you for that. We have done a lot there. We've seen students who were left out in the cold and left with debt and no degree, no earning potential to pay off that debt. Right. So we are acutely aware that this is a challenge. We've worked closely with universities on communication strategies, holding them accountable for recouping where that's possible. And we're tightening up our oversight, especially if these are institutions that have historically taken advantage of students. One last thing, and I think it's very appropriate. We're also working very closely, and I remember having conversations with college leaders and my Office of Undersecretary to make sure that credits transfer, and we help those students land well in another institution.
Okay, great. So the federal Pell Grant program is the cornerstone of federal student aid, and it has expanded access to millions of low-income students since its inception. So can you share a little bit more about the economic significance of the Pell Grant program?
Absolutely. For many students, it is that opportunity. It's that door to higher education. We know college graduates on average make $1 million over the course of their career, more than high school students. So we recognize the importance of Pell. The president has been pushing for an increase, a doubling of Pell. A $900 increase has already been pushed for. And we recognize that it's up to like $7,400 for a student per year. That's significant. We're going to continue to push for that. We're going to continue to simplify the process, make sure it works for our students so they can have access as well.
Yeah, in terms of the programmatic cuts and the harm to future Pell Grant recipients, can you speak briefly about that?
Can you repeat the last part?
The cuts, the programmatic cuts that harm current Pell programs.
Well, the implementation of not only better FAFSA, but also return to repayment for 28 million borrowers, the USDS servicing took place this last year with flat funding last year. So we're requesting in our budget additional funds so we could do a better job delivering for the American people.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary, for your service. And Madam Chair, I yield back. My time is up.
Thank you. And I'd like to recognize Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, I've got 5 minutes, so we got to get through this really quick. You'll continue to hear a lot of frustration that your Department of Education has neglected its congressionally mandated priorities for a partisan political agenda. I've heard from constituents and colleges in my district in Georgia who have been let down by the department's inability to meet FOSSA's deadlines and fix errors. You have not had all hands on deck. Instead, you've marched forward these past few months in using time and resources that propose another set of time-consuming regulations. Parents, universities, regents, school boards, teachers are not happy. Costs are escalating as experienced by the behavior in this meeting today. We are a deeply divided country. And I know debt is a problem. But, how do you explain to young people that they owe $100,000 the day they're born in this country? $100,000 the day they're born. What shot have they got? Do you believe it was in the immediate best interests of students and families to assign department staff to your negotiated rule-making priorities since January?
The negotiated rulemaking process does require staff, and we do believe what we're doing is fixing a broken system, sir. Yes.
Districts online education has opened the doors to post-secondary education for all types of students including helping adults connect to credential programs in in-demand fields such as cybersecurity and the many technology careers our economy and security depends on. Do you support allowing students to have access to distance education that is flexible, that is a flexible option for working students?
I do recognize that
Yes.
online institution.
Okay. Do you believe
education does
colleges
help.
of all sizes should be able to provide distance education programs that meet the standards of their students in the workforce?
Sorry, I couldn't hear your question. I was responding to the last.
Okay. Do you believe colleges of all sizes should be able to provide distance education programs that meet the needs of their students and the workforce?
If they can do it in a high-quality way, I wouldn't make
Yes.
a blanket statement
Okay.
that all schools could.
Then why has the department proposed a requirement which would prohibit a college that enrolls more than 500 students in a distance education program from being authorized by its state through a reciprocity agreement?
So we recognize the importance of giving students an opportunity to have online learning, and even with institutions that are not in their state, what we want to make sure we're doing is protecting students also, and if a school closes or if there was a challenge with their programming, that they would be protected from paying loans and an education they didn't
Mr.
receive.
Secretary, with all due respect, let me tell you what this proposal would do. Here's one example. Georgia Tech offers one of the lowest cost online master's degree programs in the country. Prestigious university in my state. For less than $10,000, this degree prepares workers for cybersecurity, computer science, and data analytics careers. Georgia leads the nation in development of cyber talent and research, with 10 of our colleges and universities focused on cyber. The U.S. Army Cyber Command is headquartered in my district, and professional degrees that prepare the cyber workforce should not be stopped by arbitrary regulations that will only stifle cost-effective education. Why is 500 the magic number? Where did you get the number? Do you believe distance education programs with 501 students are somehow not worthy of an innovative approval process and they must jump through more burdensome hoops to be offered?
I agree with you. Georgia has some amazing institutions, and I want to make sure I work with you and my team works with you to identify the concerns there and work with you to make sure Georgia schools have the opportunities.
Mr. Secretary, I got just about a minute left. I need to move on. Last year, I asked you if you believe counseling student loans would reduce the cost of college. Here we are today, and CPO predicts annual borrowing will increase by 10 to 15 billion over the next decade because colleges will raise tuition rates, and since they know taxpayers will forgive loans as a result of your student loan agenda. So, Mr. Secretary, I need a clear answer for the record today. Yes or no? Are you still committed to making hardworking Georgians with no student loan debt pay for the student loans of terrorist-supporting Columbia University students who have over $100,000 in debt?
We are committed to fixing a broken higher education system, sir, and we can get a lot farther if we work together to make sure that the students in your district can benefit from it.
Well, as college campuses have been thrown into chaos, Americans are waking up to what happens as a result of radical progressive agenda, and Americans don't like it. This includes radical debt cancellation, and I yield back.
I'd like to now recognize Mr. Chair Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Secretary Cardona, and thank you for your dedication to our students throughout your life and here in this position. Since taking office, the Biden administration has worked to erase the burden of student debt. This includes canceling debt for 876,000 people, including teachers and firefighters, through the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. It includes canceling debt for almost 1 million people through improving income-driven repayment, and 1.6 million for of defrauded students. And just last week, students who were scammed by the now defunct Art Institute of Seattle, who I had met with in my district, finally saw relief after more than a decade, while the previous administration made the process so unworkable that Congress rebuked it on a bipartisan basis. Together, these steps have canceled $160 billion for 4.6 million borrowers, and my understanding is that another 20 to 25 million students will be eligible through programs that you recently announced. This is financial breathing room for students and families who were just trying to get a higher education, improve their skills so they could contribute to our communities, our economy, and our country. All borrowers turn to loans as a step toward economic prosperity, but student debt makes it so impossible for many. And I think it's important that we remember that more than 80% of borrowers report that it holds them back from being able to become homeowners, something you were talking about just in a previous answer. Additionally, 56% of borrowers have to choose between repaying and affording rent and groceries. Rent and groceries. No one should be stuck with these kinds of payments that they can't afford. Secretary Cardona, your department released its first of 2 proposed rules to provide additional student debt relief. What type of borrowers will benefit the most, and how will this improve their financial well-being?
Well, thank you for that. The borrowers that would benefit most are those who have had runaway interest. And I mentioned a teacher who had $30,000 just in interest. That prevented her from being able to even attack the principal of the loan. So that's one. I mentioned public servants. You talked about teachers and firefighters. Bipartisan bill. We want to make sure that you don't have to jump through hoops to apply for that. If you worked for 10 years in public service, if you've paid your loans, it should be automatically discharged. We have a teacher shortage, we have a nurse shortage, and we wonder why. So we're trying to make it simpler to have access to a bipartisan bill that was passed in 2007.
Thank you. Textbooks have been an enormous strain on students' finances. They can cost up to $1,200 annually, and textbook costs are on track to double every 11 years. Students can save by buying used books or renting or borrowing from their library, but some institutions actually automatically bill students for their books. What is your department doing to prevent students from spending more than needed on their books or on other hidden fees that are really preventing students from accessing the kinds of supports they need for a quality education?
Well, thank you for that question. As you know, this is in negotiated rulemaking, so I really can't comment on specifically, where we think we're going to end up. But we are taking a very close look at what students are paying for. I'll have 2 in college next year, and I recognize the different fees and what they add up to, and we want to make sure that our students are the information is transparent and they're getting what they're paying for, and it's not something that's assumed that they're going to need.
Thank you. I want to discuss federal K-12 education funding for children experiencing homelessness. Your department's 2023 guidance for American Rescue Plan homeless youth funding has really been an incredible lifeline for those families. For example, it helps schools provide gas cards and cover car repairs in an emergency to increase attendance. And I know that these funds are expiring soon. Right. What supports does the department have in place for families experiencing homelessness, including for after these funds expire?
Sure, thank you. And you identified an issue that is increasing in our country, homelessness, and making sure that our students are protected and are able to learn and the conditions for learning are right. We're requesting a $129 million budget request for FY25. Programs like preschool programs, supplemental instructions for students that fall behind because of the trauma of being housing insecure, before and after school programs, transportation. And as a school principal, let me tell you, that was the most expensive thing. Making sure the student doesn't have to bounce 5-6 different schools under the McKinney-Vento Act to have a solid, consistent education. So transportation and then healthcare referrals is also something that is required.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record this report from Schoolhouse Connection called Overlooked and Almost Out of Time, as well as an article called Grocery Cards and Car Repairs, How COVID Aid Changed the Way Schools Can Help Homeless Kids.
No objection.
I yield back. Thank you very much.
I'd like to now recognize Ms. Hutchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Cardona, I appreciate you being here today. I did wonder if you might show up, given that you seem to have little respect for our congressional inquiries into the goings-on at the Department of Education. As you know, I recently sent you a letter about the failed 2024-25 FAFSA rollout, but much like parents and college students across the country, as of today, we've not received a response on what you're doing to remedy the problems you created for millions of American families. So today, with my time, I'd like to ask a few of these questions now. I'm a parent to a college student and a high school senior. I'd like to understand what contributed to the delayed and ineffective rollout of the 2024-25 FAFSA.
Thank you for that question, and I just want to assure you that I take oversight very seriously, and communicating information with you is really important to us. Our department has provided over 50,000 pages and responded to 35 letters from this committee alone. I take it seriously and will continue to take it seriously. We've had many delays with FAFSA, frustrating delays that have been able to fix. It's working now, and I encourage students who are listening to sign up. If you sign up today.
What would you say contributed to the delays and the ineffective rollout? What were the contributing factors?
There were some programmatic issues that required our engineers to reprogram codes and have.
And how
work
much
done.
time were you given from the time the bill passed to the time that you were supposed to roll out?
Excuse me?
The FAFSA Simplification Act, how much time were you given between the time that bill passed to the rollout date?
I believe it was passed in the last administration.
So do you know how many years that was?
It's 3 years.
3 years, okay. What is your department doing now to support students and parents who've been unable to submit it, who've been given incorrect financial aid information, or who have not received their estimates? What are you doing for those students?
Thank you for that question. That's something we take very seriously, and we are working very closely to provide resources for families and
What
different
kinds of
languages.
resources?
Well, videos on how to figure it out. We have $50 million now going into communities to make sure that we're knocking on doors for those students and families that still have to fill it out. We have tutorial videos. We have a national strategy in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, school districts. We're working closely with districts. And I have to say, we've also worked on return to repayment, USDS servicing contracts. And what we're doing now to make sure that we improve processing is make sure that our FSA department is designed for the work that's being expected of it. So we're asking for a budget increase.
Given that you had 3 years to get this right the first time, why should we expect that this upcoming FAFSA would be ready by October 1st? I know in the Senate Appropriations Committee you recently said your expectation was that it would be ready. Why should we believe that?
Well, look, I can be happy to share what we're doing on a day-to-day basis, but we are taking this very seriously. We know how important it is to our families and to our schools, and our schools have been extra patient and working very closely with us to deal with the updates. And I'm happy to say that 2/3 or more are already processing. We're committed to making it better every year and opening doors to higher education. I can tell you that 60 to 70% of our students, on average, were applying for FAFSA. That's not acceptable. We need to be closer to the 95% range, and that's what we're going to work toward, and we're going to make sure that it opens doors to higher education for more
Although
students.
the frustration that I experienced in trying to do the FAFSA certainly would deter people from participating in that this year. As you know, the soft launch was, that's a generous term, using the word launch. It was clear that it was a hasty release to barely meet the letter of the law. By all measures, in my view, it was a disastrous failure. What grade would you give yourself and the DOE on the botched FAFSA rollout?
I'm committed to improving it and working
What grade
with
would you give yourself?
I'm not in the classroom now. I'm not going to be.
Well, you're the head of the
providing a grade.
Department of Education,
Right.
sir. What grade would you give yourself?
We are committed to making sure.
Okay,
FAFSA
you're not
works
going to
for
answer the
students.
grade level. I would give you an F. I think millions of American families would do the same. Question, were you given a congressional directive by law to bail out student loans? Yes or no?
I was not given a
Okay.
congressional.
Were you given a congressional directive by law to simplify FAFSA?
Yes.
So you spent a great deal of department hours, I understand, on the student loan bailout, but apparently not very many department hours were spent on simplifying the FAFSA that you had 3 years to do. Your answers are about as unhelpful as the new FAFSA rollout. Seeing as how 5 minutes is not enough to have this thorough conversation, I sure hope you will consider responding to my letter. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to now recognize Mr. Saunier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'd grade you differently. I think you've done a great job under very difficult circumstances. And I want to follow up on the questions that Mr. Sablam asked. I've asked you this before about the areas about mental health, cognitive development specifically. We know from CDC and the Surgeon General that almost 1/3 of adolescent girls in this country have seriously considered suicide or attempted suicide in the last year. We know from HHS that young people in 2003, about 5% were identified with serious issues about anxiety and depression in 2003. And in 2023, that number went to 30%. We know from work with, I think I mentioned this the last time you were here, Susan Lin at Harvard, Anna Lemke at Stanford, their work on cognitive development and social media and the penetration of algorithms to adolescent neuroscience and the urgency of fixing this. As you see it in sort of the continuum of care for kids in your department, I've been to 70 schools in the 10 years I've been in Congress, and it always comes up in conversations with students, administrators, and teachers. They need more behavioral health. They feel like they're
Absolutely.
overwhelmed. And you saw this in your career in Connecticut. I dealt with my good friends, our two superintendents of public instruction, both of who were constituents, Tom Torlakson, California, and now Tony Thurman. This is a real epidemic, and the long-term societal cost to the United States is very, very serious. So tell me a little bit about what we're doing and how we're partnering with private sector research to make sure that we are doing this in a nonpartisan, evidence-based way to deal with this really epidemic of anxiety and depression and cognitive changes for future generations.
Thank you for that question. And, I just kind of bring it back to my opening statements. It said, we have a lot of common ground here, and mental health supports for our students is one of those. I'm proud that the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act provided $2 billion to increase the number of social workers in our schools. There's 40% more school social workers. I'm proud that there are 30% more nurses, that there are proactive strategies to help students address anxiety or mental health needs. We know students are 6 times more likely to access mental health supports if they're provided in our school. In our budget, we asked for $200 million for full-service community schools because we know they work to support mental health. But you mentioned what we can do together. Medicaid reimbursement for students who do not have an IEP, we simplified that process so all states could have sustainable dollars. We know that there will be a sunset of BISCA and ARPA, so we want to make sure that there's sustainable dollars, and we're working in bipartisan fashion to make sure states and governors know what to do. That's sustainable dollars for mental health. We cannot go back to the system we had in 2019 of emergency room model of mental health support.
On a related, but how you work with other departments, when I'm old enough to remember that when we did TANF reform, the biggest obstacle to people getting on their feet and getting a job, usually single women of color, or what you talked about in your opening comment, transportation and childcare. So what are we doing with the different departments to coordinate those efforts? 20 years later, we still have the same identified problem. It's become worse where I live in the Bay Area because the transportation and childcare intersect with behavioral health, by the way. For this community, be able to get a job and be independent, which is nonpartisan, hopefully nonpartisan, is still a challenge. And departments working across with each other, your department, DOT, working together, and then with state agencies and local agencies.
Sure. So we have a whole of government approach on a lot of things. I mentioned the Medicaid reimbursement. We're working very closely with Health and Human Services to make sure that we're simplifying the process in an interagency fashion. In our budget proposal, in the president's budget proposal, you'll see an increase in early childhood education, which allows not only for students to address gaps before they grow, but parents are able to work, and the cost of childcare is very high. So we are working very closely at the staff level and at the secretary level to make sure that our efforts are working to support those same families.
Good. Well, I'd love to follow up with you and be able to show where our successes and failures have come about so that we continue to measure those in a thoughtful way and deal with these real epidemics that young people are facing and their parents. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize myself. Mr. Secretary, you're going through great lengths to argue that the new Title IX rule will not have an impact on athletics. Setting aside the absence of court decision preventing it, and setting aside the fact that athletics is printed over 30 times in the rule description, I have some very simple questions, straightforward questions. I'm just hoping to get some yes and no's on it. With energy put into Title IX rule changes, it's a 3-year effort, can you assure us that your rules do not change protection of our girls that have had for over 50 years? Can you assure us that protecting biological girls from competing against genetically stronger, bigger, and faster biological men will not be considered a federal discrimination?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. You are referring to the athletics, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that rule-making process is underway. We haven't.
Okay, really, it's.
We haven't finalized the rules.
Okay, so is it a possibility that this girls competing against boys or refusing to would be considered discrimination?
As
is
I
that
said,
a possibility?
I'm here to discuss, what we're doing in education to help children. Propose rules, whether
It's really a yes or no. I mean, it should be a yes or no. It's a bridge that we all know that you're trying to get across. So is this something that you're looking at doing right now? Possibility?
I don't want to comment on a proposed rule that we haven't finalized yet.
Okay.
We have over
All right.
140,000.
Thank you. Let me just continue then. Mr. Secretary, you're in a very unique position to impact the lives, futures, and fortunes of millions of female athletes. Americans on both sides of this debate need to know how deep your commitment is. Would you force your daughter to undress in the bathroom with boys who are also undressing?
I am not going to be commenting on athletics rules that we haven't
okay.
proposed.
You can't say yes or no on that?
I'd be happy to talk about a Title IX.
If your daughter was reported she felt uncomfortable in a boy's presence in a bathroom or locker room, would that be considered by your administration discrimination or bigotry?
As an educator for over 25 years.
You can't say yes or no to that?
I'd love to respond to your question, sir.
Okay, so yes or no. Would it be considered discrimination? She did not want that to happen.
As an educator for over 25 years, we have had the
Okay,
responsibility.
all right. I don't have but a few minutes here. Girls have now entered into contact sports of boxing and wrestling. Would you allow your daughter to physically fight and get beat up by a boy who called himself a girl? Yes or no?
Be happy to, once we finalize our regulations on Title IX athletics, to come back and have a conversation with you.
Let me just read this real quick. There's a Cherokee proverb that says, "A man's highest calling is to protect women, so she is free to walk the earth unharmed." I'll say this, Mr. Secretary, before I go on to this next topic. With all due respect, I pray that our country will never, ever have the vision that your policies are now driving us toward in terms of manhood. It's a vision that teaches our boys that harming girls is no big deal. I pray that we remain a country that produces overwhelmingly mass majorities of men who feel the way I do about my girls. I will give my life in a heartbeat for my girls. And the blessings I have is they have no doubts about that. There are millions of men and women across this country that do not have faith, do not have trust in you protecting our girls because of policies you can't say yes or no to. By the way, those are not very hard questions as a father. It's either yes or no, and you could not answer that. Okay, I'm going to switch pages real quick. At the Senate Appropriation Committee hearing last week, you stated that there's an active investigation at Columbia University, but your staff is not on site. As protests and harassment of Jewish students continue at Columbia University, this is an opportunity for the Office of Civil Rights to see firsthand what is occurring and how Columbia is failing to protect the rights of its students. You implied earlier that you were running out of funds. I have a hard time believing the Department of Education is broke. I think it's more of a priority. Is there a reason why that this has not been happening on these campuses? They've not had a presence. And if it had been Black Americans dealing with KKK bigots, would you have the same sense of presence or priorities?
Thank you for the question. Let me tell you, I'm a father, but you cannot pick and choose which students you want to protect.
You cannot choose what?
You cannot pick and choose which students you want to protect. As Secretary of Education, it's my responsibility.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You cannot choose.
All students.
I'm sorry. As a father, you cannot choose what? I'm sorry. I'm not this.
Which students you want to protect?
We protect all of them, particularly our women, right?
Including our LGBTQ students, sir.
Okay, so if, in other words, you're choosing those students over women. I'm talking about boys versus girls. That's a very simple question there.
The new
There's a difference.
The new Title IX regulations increase protections to all students and increase protections for women.
This is why American parents are really concerned about this administration. You cannot answer a basic question that makes common sense.
All
right?
means all, sir.
I'll say this. I know how I would protect my girls. And it seems All right. I'll leave with that. I'm going to recognize Ms. Macbeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Secretary, it's good to see you again today. Thank you so much for being before us, and I've read your testimony. Is there anything else you'd like to expound upon a little bit before we get started? It looks like there might have been something else you wanted to say. Please feel free.
No, I think I wanted to, time fell short, but I wanted to comment that in 2009, we had 58 more investigators for Title VI, and we had a third of the cases. We are desperately in need of additional support to make sure we can investigate the cases that we have in front of us. So I welcome support of the budget on both sides of the aisle.
Thank you so much. Well, once again, thank you for being with us today. For the last few decades, we've been focusing on our efforts getting students into college, making sure they get educated, but not enough on ensuring that they actually finish getting those degrees or those credentials and actually achieving the goals that they set out to accomplish for themselves, to set themselves and their families up for future success, not just with a job, but really a lifelong career and a career path. And millions of Americans owe tens of thousands of dollars in student debt, and they have no degrees or credentials to show for it. It's obvious that this is not a result of user error on behalf of the American people. It's a result of this country's failure to actually provide the targeted resources and foster the school climate that is needed to ensure that every student can get the skills that will help them to achieve greater levels of success than was possible before they actually walked on campus for the very first time, or before the very first time that they actually logged into a classroom computer. Now, we know that there are many paths to success when it comes to education and developing a strong and successful workforce. Each is deeply personal, and I'm very proud that 3 legislative initiatives that I actually led in this very committee recently passed the House and echo our mission of meeting the needs of our students wherever they are. My colleagues claim that the American people are fiscally irresponsible, but those are not the Georgians that I know and that I live among every single day, and those are not the Georgians that I represent here in Congress. The reality for most Americans is that the only way for them to be able to afford school is to take out a student loan, usually at a very high interest rate. For decades, we've been telling people every single day that one of the best ways to get ahead in life is they gotta have a college degree. And now we're punishing them for trying to partake in the very thing that we encourage them to do and to doing, and that is obtaining the skills that are necessary to move their families in this country forward. Georgia State University, one of the nation's leading leaders in student retention and success, and my state's largest university, received a post-secondary grant, student success grant, to study their use of modern technologies. They're using AI chatbots in the first year, freshman year, for those first-year students in math and also literature courses, and their potential to improve the student outcomes. And actually, I'd like to ask the chair, may I please include in the record Georgia State News Hub article?
Without objection.
Thank you. In 2016, Georgia State began this AI to stay in contact with students over the summer and successfully helped to cut the number of high school graduates who were accepted into GSU, but they failed to actually follow through on everything that they needed to do to actually be registered and prepared for the fall session. And so this new technology and use of technology is actually helping more students live out their dream of attending college, because GSU was actually able to cut down that number of students that were not registering and being prepared. They cut it down by half, and I think that's pretty amazing. According to Dr. Tim Resnick, who testified before the committee earlier this Congress at the invitation of our chair, these technologies support students by reminding them about their assignments, answering questions after hours, and are generally far more accessible for students that may have busier schedules. Some students are parents. Some students are caretakers for family members. So through programs like this that truly put students first,
we can address specific factors that are preventing our students from succeeding in the classroom and getting the credentials that they sorely deserve and need, and they're really working towards. My question to you, Secretary Cardona, is post-secondary student success grants, which I've just talked about, have the potential to become a premier grant program that will assist colleges and universities with their efforts to improve retention and completion rates and ensure student success. However, we know that this program is kind of flat funded at $45 million for the past 2 years. Could you please explain how the department's 2025 budget request of $100 million will provide the students with the necessary means of support that they need to reduce these barriers to their success?
Ms. McBath, I have to say you began your question with 2 seconds left and you're 40 seconds over. So I'm going to ask the Secretary to submit an answer to you in writing. Thank you. Mr. Good, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Secretary Cardona, for being with us today. Mr. Secretary, do you think it's a person's responsibility to pay their own student loans?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you think it's a person's responsibility to pay their own student loans?
I do believe students who take out loans should pay loans.
They should pay them back. Thank you. And what if it's hard or if it's difficult to pay it?
Many of the loans that we're providing relief for are loans that folks are eligible for, like
well,
the
we've
public
long
service.
had relief in place that allowed folks in difficult financial situations or reduced income to give them some relief of paying their student loans. So what if somebody just doesn't want to pay their student loan or wishes they didn't have a student loan? They should still pay for it.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. That's all I'm looking for. They believe they should pay for it. And now, do you understand how federal spending is paid? So federal spending, how is that paid for?
The work that we're doing to
No, what I'm asking
address-
is, do you understand how federal spending is ultimately paid for? And it's not a trick question, it's a simple
Right.
question.
No,
Go ahead
but
and answer it if
I
you
wanted
know
to
it.
just kind of go back to the.
No, I'd like to
higher-
know if you know how federal spending is paid for ultimately.
Yes.
How is it paid for?
I'm here to answer questions about
Who pays who pays for federal spending?
Yeah, taxpayers.
Okay, taxpayers pay for spending, exactly. Whether it's higher taxes or lower purchasing power from Bidenflation or Biden's higher interest rates, they have diminished purchasing power as they suffer under inflation as a result of federal spending. I appreciate you confirming that. So student loan debt, you would say, is legitimate. It's legitimate debt, correct?
The work that we're doing to
Now,
address.
is student loan debt legitimate? Is it legitimate debt, or is it illegitimate somehow, and it's not?
When I
what's being
talk
paid
to students who have been defrauded by.
Now, what I'm asking is student loan debt legitimate? Is it legit? In other words, I would presume you'd say a mortgage loan is legitimate, a car loan is legitimate, a personal loan or a credit card is legitimate debt. You would presume those are legitimate debt.
Yeah, I'd love to communicate how we're helping your
So
constituents.
when
with
someone
debt
invests in themselves and borrows for education, is that illegitimate debt, or is it legitimate debt that should be paid for by the person who borrows it? Is there something illegitimate about student loan debt?
The work that we're doing to provide.
Okay, I'm just going to
access
say that
higher
you're not going to
education.
say, so you're agreeing that it's not illegitimate debt. So do you think we should continue to make student loans when you and the administration are trying to transfer all the debt to the taxpayers with the latest scheme that's been estimated to be going to cost maybe even $750 billion? So should we continue to make student loans if we're not going to ask folks to pay the loans? Should we instead reclassify them as taxpayer-provided gifts, or should we continue to make student loans?
Sure. The 75,300 constituents you serve wouldn't call it a scheme. They would call it a lifeline.
So should we
Fixing a
continue to
system-
make student loans that we're not going to ask people to pay back, or should we go to taxpayer-provided education gifts?
So I understand your line of questioning, sir, and if I can get an answer out.
No, what I'd like to know
try
is, should
to-
we keep making student loans if we're not going to ask people to pay back their student loans?
We are improving the repayment process through the SAVE plan so people can be successful paying their loans.
Is there any reason, if I may, that people who go to the most so-called elite universities, the ones with the pro-Hamas protests on their campuses right now, should students that go to those universities, which tend to be the elite because they're very expensive — my children could not, and I certainly could not afford to go to a school like that. It would have been a waste of money, I would submit. But those who go to those schools and can make up to $125,000 individually, $250,000 as a family, based on the previous original student loan transfer scheme, should others who didn't go to college, who worked their way through college, who tried not to incur student loan debt or paid off their student loan debt, should they have to pay student loan debt for those from those elite schools making above average incomes?
People are paying their loans back, sir.
So other people shouldn't pay those student loan debt for them?
That's not what I said. People are paying their loans back. The return to repayment is underway. I'd be happy to have my staff share with you how.
Yeah, I'm going to get one last question here. Thank you, sir. In February, the department published a draft proposal that lists 16 different indicators that the secretary yourself will use to determine whether a borrower is in economic hardship and therefore able to have his or her loan balance paid or really transferred to the taxpayers. However, it notes that the borrowers can have their debt canceled, again, transferred to the taxpayer actually, based on any other indicators of hardship identified by yourself as secretary. Is that correct?
We have over 1 million people
Is it
going
correct that it allows for you to decide any reason why someone can have their debt canceled, any other indicator of hardship? Is that correct or not correct?
We are fixing a broken system
So
that requires.
what constitutional authority do you have to unilaterally decide whether or not someone should pay their student loan debt or whether taxpayers should pay that?
I would welcome to answer if it's not as simple as you're asking it. So if you allow me to answer, you might get the answer you're looking for.
Madam Chair, my time has expired, so I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Before I start my questioning, I would just like to say that mortgage loans are legitimate debt. And I can remember in 2009, I was a teacher. I had a contract being paid $37,500 a year. I was also a taxpayer, and I was not a homeowner. And the country decided that we would bail out the mortgage company through the Home Affordable Mortgage Program. And as an American, I recognized that that was good for our economy. And I went to work every day and I paid my taxes, and we bailed out the mortgage industry and the finance industry and the auto industry. So the idea that we draw the line at student debts and people who just want a chance to get ahead or have a fighting chance in this society is just something I can't wrap myself around. But thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here, and happy National Teacher Appreciation Day. Across the country, university students are exercising their First Amendment rights. I'm going to talk a little bit slow here because this is what I used to have to do in my classroom when I talked about the First Amendments, because my students would always say, but miss, why are there so many in this one amendment? First Amendment protects the freedom of speech, the press, freedom of assembly, the freedom of religion, and the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. All of those things are protected by the Constitution and are imperative to a functioning democracy. When my students would ask me, why are they all in this one amendment? I would generally respond that it is the way that we define who we are as individuals in a complex, changing, self-governing society. There are so many things that I can ask you about today because I believe so deeply in the work that the Department of Education does. I know that the work is life-changing, and it is the only shot that so many of our young people have. But I am deeply concerned by the rise in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on college campuses. Like you, I know, like myself, I know that you believe that there is no place for hate speech or discrimination in education. I also know that as an educator, it's beyond pedagogy. If students don't feel safe and protected in their academic environments, they will not learn. And this is what the department is dealing with right now. As of April 30th, 2024, the Office of Civil Rights at the Department of Education, which oversees investigations of discrimination at institutions of higher education, has reported many cases of discrimination. Past reporting by Industry Drive has shown a severe backlog in the processing and investigation of discrimination cases by the OCR due to funding challenges over the years. Secretary Cardona, in your testimony, you mentioned that the Department of Education is asking for a $22 million increase in funds for fiscal year 2025 to expand staffing capacity. Additionally, this funding would be used to address the alarming reports of rising anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Many of my Republican colleagues believe that the entire department's budget, including OCR, should be flat funded. I think we have to stop admiring the problem and actually invest the resources to address it. So, Secretary Cardona, how would flat funding impact the ability of the department to process these claims in a timely manner?
It would impact it significantly. Over 90% of the budget requests are for investigators.
You've also said that the investigator caseload is at historically high rates, with at about 42 cases per investigator. This would rise to 71 per investigator, at which you describe as unmanageable. If funding for the OCR was to be increased, what would the department spend that money on? Please be specific.
Investigators to investigate these open cases.
Thank you. We had university presidents here a few weeks ago, and one of the things that they stated was that more guidance from the department would be helpful as they navigate in this space. What has the OCR done to proactively address claims of anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim sentiments on campus?
Well, Friday I sent a letter out to over 5,000 university leaders, myself. This morning we released a Dear Colleague letter with very specific examples. And if you visit our ed.gov, there's a button there supporting campus safety. There are hundreds of resources there that were made specifically to support universities.
I guess in closing, I would just like to add that it is, I think, easier for my colleagues on this committee to dismiss certain groups of constituencies, but as an educator, I know, like you know, that our job is to protect all students and make sure that all students have access to an education, and that we are working just as hard on their behalf as for any other group. Thank you for being here, and again, happy Teacher Appreciation Day. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Ms. McLean, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too agree with my colleague on free speech. But let me just share with you what free speech does not protect. And that is, it does not protect violence. It does not protect defamation of property. It does not protect threats on one's life. So I am for the First Amendment, but let's be clear, we know what the First Amendment is. I also want to make sure that I understand, before I get into my questioning, that the Department of Education's budget is $78.8 billion, and you're asking for $3.7 billion, for a total of $82.5 billion, and that's just not enough money to do your job. It's amazing to me, but there's no inefficiencies that we can find. If we just give you more money, everything will be great. That was my rant, so thank you for listening to me on that. Mr. Secretary, President Biden's Department of Education has canceled $153 billion in student loan, with plans to cancel $1.4 trillion. The House of Representatives said no. We actually passed legislation on that. The Senate said no. The Fifth Circuit Court said no. And the highest court in the land, the Supreme Court, said no. Yet you continue to march on. I would like to know what makes you qualified to ignore the majority of Congress and the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Congresswoman. And let me just repeat, hate has no place in schools. I agree with you. And as the president said, we're not going to condone it, anti-Semitism on our campuses.
Thank you. We can agree on that.
For sure. We recognize the higher education system is not accessible, not affordable, and it's broken. And we are working within the law to provide debt relief.
The House of Representatives said no, the Senate said no, the Supreme Court said no, yet you say yes. How is that possible?
The Higher Education Act gives me authority, and if...
So you alone have the authority, am I correct on that?
Implementation of...
You're higher than the Congress, the Senate, and the Supreme Court.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. I didn't think that
I'll
was.
give an example. Public service loan forgiveness, bipartisan bill, passed in 2007. Poorly implemented for 4 years. Only 7,000 people benefited from it. 98% of people were denied. We are implementing...
Mr. Cardona, I appreciate that. My question is really simple. What qualifies you to be higher in authority than the Congress, the Senate, and the Supreme Court?
I don't believe I'm higher than those groups.
But your actions would show that.
I'm acting within the right, the law with the Higher Education Act.
I would strongly disagree, the Senate would strongly disagree, and the Supreme Court would strongly disagree. I'm confused on rights versus responsibilities. If you have a right to a loan, don't you have a responsibility to pay it back?
Yes.
Thank you. So you're in agreement with me if you and I make a deal and I say, hey, I want to buy this car, that I should pay that car loan back.
Yes.
You have a right if I buy a mortgage that I'm responsible. Not my neighbor, not the person across the street, but I'm the one that took out the loan. I knew the risks, and I have a responsibility. Why is education and loan forgiveness different? Because I should have a house.
Thank you for that question. We have predatory institutions that are preying on students, putting them in debt, and not providing
We have
them
slippery car salesmen that are preying on people too, so should we forgive their loans?
We have...
I'm asking a question.
I'd
Yeah,
like
I mean,
to
we have
answer-
bad actors
we do.
across the board. So if you're a bad actor under that concept, I should forgive your loan. So if a slippery car salesman sells me a car and gosh, I just got in a little bit over my head, we should forgive that. I mean, using that same principle.
We have a responsibility
I'm
to make-
asking a question. So are we going to car loans next? If you're a shady character and sell me a bad car loan, the government, well, not the government, you, because you have more authority than Congress and the Supreme Court, we should forgive those car loans too.
We have a responsibility.
The answer is, of course not. We wouldn't do that because we have responsibilities in this country. And I love how we talk about free education. It's not free. Are the teachers teaching for free? Are the teachers teaching for free? Really simple. I know we struggled with this last time, but no, they're not teaching for free. Somebody's paying for it, and the people who are paying for it are the American taxpayers. If you have a right, you have a responsibility. And shame on you for going over Congress and the Supreme Court. And with that, I'm over. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McLean. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess subject to the call of the chair. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you. All guests should remain in seats until the witness is allowed to leave the room. So the committee stands in recess. The committee will reconvene and come to order following our recess. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. And thank you so much, Secretary Cardona, for being here today.
Thank you.
For keeping the focus. I know it's been hard because of the manner in which the questions get asked, but I keep seeing you keeping the focus on the issue of education, because we know that education is both the foundation of our democracy as well as the path for prosperity for our families. Now, I wanted to give you the time to answer a bit about the question that came up earlier. You really weren't given the time, or I'm sorry, the respect to be able to explain the authorities that you have under the Higher Education Act to forgive student loans. And that authority was given to the department through the Higher Education Act. Would you like to do a quick response to why you are acting in this regarding student loans and the authority you're doing it under?
Well, we're looking very carefully at the authorities that I have under the Higher Education Act, an authority that was used by the last secretary as well. And the crisis that we're in with our higher education loan system and access to college, and we're using our authority carefully to make sure that we're making targeted decisions to help students accomplish their goals of reaching college and following up on what in bipartisan fashion, what Congress approved through the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. Thank you for that opportunity.
Right, and I think it's really important that Congress is constantly sort of assisting different industries, assisting different corporations, and the idea that we're going to be investing in our future workforce, in our children through education, is no different, right? And to say that Americans should not help with this endeavor is very short-sighted, because if we don't invest through education in our workforce, we do not have a future. So I am glad you are making those decisions. I wanted to touch on another topic, which we know that during the pandemic, it was hard on everybody. Our former president was doing a disastrous job of handling COVID. But then President Biden came in, and under a Democrat-led Congress, we passed multiple laws. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which gave schools a lot of flexibility on how to respond to these dire situations we found ourselves in. And schools used that flexibility. They used it to accelerate student learning, to address student mental health, to support educated workforce, because schools themselves, it was a philosophy of schools themselves would know best where to spend that money. I loved reading your testimony that you think that being bilingual is a superpower. I agree. And in New Mexico, some of those emergency relief funds were used for dual language teachers for certifications. I'm concerned about the different things that are going to happen as ESSER funds expire. How is your department preparing to assist schools with things like educated professor development, preparation for dual language teachers? How are we looking at the transition, and how does your budget address this issue of the transition and focusing on some of these needed areas?
Yeah, thank you for that question, and absolutely, bilingualism is a superpower, and I think what we need to do is make sure we're empowering our students to learn more languages so they can be prepared for global competitiveness. I really believe that strongly. Our budget does request additional dollars for, our OELA office that focuses on English language acquisition. It's important while maintaining your native language that you're learning English, so we have a request there for $50 million above last year, FY23 budget. We're continuing to support sustainability efforts, working with states. I was on the phone with the governor of New Mexico yesterday, talking about how the Department of Education could support New Mexico and ensuring that those strategies that we have seen worked. And I appreciate you mentioning the American Rescue Plan dollars. We've seen more growth in the 22-23 school year as a result of the use of those dollars than we've seen since 2009 for students in reading, mental health access. So the goal really is to make sure that we're continuing on those efforts that we know work. after-school programming, summer programming, mental health supports. We're working with states on how they can use existing funds, and our annual budget does show we're increasing Title III dollars, Title I dollars to make sure that schools have the dollars that they need to be successful.
Right, and those Title I dollars are so important because if we want America to succeed, we need to make sure our working families and those families that are living in the highest areas of poverty have the support they need. Thank you very much for your work, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, in West Virginia, 5 female students were barred from competing in track and field after refusing to compete against a biological male. In Wisconsin, young girls were forced off their volleyball teams because they felt uncomfortable sharing a locker room with biological males. When the school district was asked about their transgender athlete policy, they said that they crafted it according to your Title IX interpretation. Mr. Secretary, what consequences will female students face if they do not want to share a locker room with a biological male under your Title IX rule?
Thank you for that question. Schools have the responsibility to make sure all students feel safe, including using the bathrooms. And as a lifelong educator, these are decisions that I've had to make as a school principal, as a district leader.
Well, I'm so glad that you brought up that you're concerned about the safety of students, but the Title IX rule and the guidance that you are putting out, that you've been putting out for 3 years, is taking away the safety of our daughters in their private spaces, in their locker rooms and showers, and taking away their athletic and educational opportunities. Girls in Wisconsin and West Virginia refused, and they were kicked off their teams. These schools are basing their decisions on your rule. This is happening because of you and Joe Biden. So, Mr. Secretary, in health education class, if a teacher says that men cannot become pregnant, and then a student goes to the Title IX coordinator and says he's uncomfortable that the health teacher insists men can't get pregnant, what should the Title IX coordinator say?
I'd be happy to refer that question to the Office for Civil Rights to provide guidance. And I can tell you that in our Title IX rules that we recently put out, there's more guidance that goes along with it. I'd welcome an opportunity for my team to work with your constituents to make sure that the implementation of Title IX.
But what I want to know is, in biology class, if the health teacher, or the health class, if the teacher says that men cannot get pregnant and someone reports that to the Title IX coordinator, what should the Title IX coordinator say? Because you are in charge.
Right, and I'd be very happy to have your constituents get support to make sure that their Title IX coordinators have information. We've provided a plethora of technical assistance, and we're going to continue to support regardless
what
of
would you say?
Republicans or Democrats.
What would you say? Should that teacher get in trouble?
I don't want to comment on hypotheticals without enough information, but
Okay.
what I will tell you that I respect there are different opinions across the country, and we're
Okay.
committed to supporting schools.
So you respect a health teacher or a biology teacher saying that a biological male cannot get pregnant. You are recognizing biological sex, but in athletics, you are wiping out biological sex and going with gender identity. So I want to know, gender identity is not defined in your rule. Can you give me the official definition of gender identity?
So I think the statement you said was inaccurate. We have not released our Title IX athletics rules. Those are
Actually, you have
proposed-
for 3 years. You've been putting out Title IX guidance rules. I brought them with, as you can see, and it does have to do with athletic teams. So moving on, could you please tell me what the official definition of gender identity is?
We're in the rulemaking process for athletics. As you know, that was submitted maybe 9 months after the proposed rule for Title IX. So we're in the process of listening to 140,000 comments,
Well,
which have
the
different
schools are
opinions.
being threatened to have their federal funding pulled because they're afraid of the consequences, the real-world consequences of your Title IX rule and your guidance that you have put out. I do want to know, what would you say to a female athlete who would have won a gold medal, but it was now is getting a silver medal because a biological male took it?
As I said, Congresswoman, our athletics rules have not been finalized, and I'd be happy to work with whomever
Okay.
you want our team to work with to
Well,
help
I
understand
do have to
Title
say,
IX
you are not
regulations.
protecting everyone. I'm here to protect girls and to stand up for families and parents across the country that are outraged over this. You are not protecting girls. You are making a choice. You're choosing boys over girls. You are satisfied with letting the girl take the silver medal while the boy, biological boy, takes the gold. You are going to be remembered as the education secretary under Joe Biden who erased girls' sports for an entire generation. You should withdraw your Title IX rule or resign. Thank you, and I yield back to Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Wild, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Secretary Cardona. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to our committee today. I wasn't here for the entire hearing because I had another hearing across the hall as things work out in Congress, but I have been briefed on the earlier testimony. I know that you've been asked an awful lot of questions about FAFSA, and so I'm going to be limited on that and get to another issue that I think is really important. But I will say, and I know you've heard this from everybody, the number of concerned parents, as well as the institutions of higher learning in my district that I've heard from has been overwhelming. But I'm sure your job has been quite overwhelming this year, given everything that's going on. On the FAFSA issue, I don't want to repeat things that have already been asked and answered, but I have heard from some institutions that about 30% of the initial institutional student information records, otherwise known as ISIRs, and for the benefit of those who may not know, that's something produced by the FAFSA system that includes data about a student's financial aid eligibility, right?
Yes.
So I've heard that about 30% sent to the colleges have errors and need to be corrected. Might be higher, that number might be higher for institutions that serve low-income and first-gen students. Has the department determined how it will handle instances where institutions award students higher amounts of federal aid due to incorrect ISIRs?
Yeah, we've corrected that issue. Thank you for that. We've corrected that issue. There were several issues in programming. There was an issue with information for tax data information that we've also worked to correct. We're communicating daily with schools, and they've been bending over backwards, and the financial aid directors, the college presidents have been extremely communicative in terms of sharing what concerns they have and helping us determine what the best support strategies are. And I just want to commend them publicly and thank them for their patience and flexibility to meet the needs of students. We have communicated with colleges directly, spoken over 100 college presidents myself to make sure that we're hearing what their concerns are and how we can address those. And through daily communication, we've been updating information on, what their challenges are and how we can address them.
So are some colleges or institutions of higher learning being required? Are they having to claw back some of the financial aid that they had offered to a student?
No. We have communicated with them that the information that they were given could be used. Many schools asked us to just reprocess it, and we've done the reprocessing for schools to have the updated information.
Okay. So I want to shift gears to another really critical topic, mental health. Secretary, according to a 2022 study by the National Center for Education Statistics, only 13% of public schools strongly agreed and 43% moderately agreed that they could effectively provide mental health services to all students in need. That data deeply concerns me. It indicates a significant gap in providing essential support to our students' emotional well-being. Can you discuss your department's initiatives in addressing mental health issues in our schools, particularly in light of the $1 billion allocated to the Stronger Connections grant program?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging the importance of mental health supports for our students. Our Surgeon General rightly, communicated that we're in a youth mental health crisis, and access to mental health supports is critically important for our students. We know students are 6 times more likely to access mental health supports if they're provided in our schools, which is why we are big proponents and supporters and ask for an increase of $200 million for full-service community schools that connect with community partners to provide mental health support. The BISCA dollars, Bipartisan Safer Community Act dollars, have been used to increase the number of school social workers by 40%, the number of school nurses by 30%.
At what levels? Are we talking K to 12?
K to 12,
Okay.
yes. And so they have provided access. We are also working to improve Medicaid reimbursement for sustainable dollars. So as the BISCA dollars sunset, there's sustainable reimbursement dollars from Medicaid. So we're working with HHS. We have currently 13 states that have signed on to do that, and we're working aggressively to get as many other states signed up to get Medicaid reimbursement. So the goal is never to go back to a system where we had an emergency room model of mental health in our schools. Unfortunately, we often wait until the trauma happens to provide support. What we're seeing these dollars be used for are proactive strategies to support students.
Thank you very much. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Wild. Ms. Steele, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Fox, and thank you, Secretary Cardona. You are appearing us today. And, you know, I am just most concerned about foreign influence on our universities. So when it comes to foreign influence on our universities, we know that departments' disclosures are just the tip of iceberg when it comes to the billions of foreign funds schools don't submit. More importantly, submissions are useless if your department does not take enforcement seriously, because in fact, foreign 117, Section 117, and China aren't mentioned in single time in your 10-page written testimony today. And if I'm wrong, please let me know. But your department maintains a list of open Section 117 investigations, but every single one has opened by under Trump administration. If you added more, or you know, what I found was you closed only 5 universities. So, you know, how many we are under the investigation and how many added and how many it's not, because it seems like we don't have clear communications between department and us. So since taking the office, why have you not launched a single Section 117 investigation? And do you believe the universities should view relationship with dangerous countries like China and, you know, other countries of concern that accept it does exact same as our allies? Or do you think certain countries of concern with the national security threats warrant increased scrutiny? Should those relationships be treated differently?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman Steele. I can assure you that I agree with you. We should not allow foreign influence in our schools, and we make sure we protect our schools and our students from foreign influence. To that end, the Department of Education takes very seriously the responsibility to provide public information on gifts from other countries. And I want to make sure I correct that. We've provided almost 39,000 foreign gifts totaling over $21 billion in the last 3 years, which is much more than the last administration. We are a part of the FBI's National Counterintelligence Task Force, where they provide, we share information, and if there is a need for investigations, that task force is the one that does it. We believe that by having transparency not only to that task force but to the public, we can communicate where foreign gifts are coming from, and the law enforcement arms are best suited to investigate.
So I hope that, you know, we have much better communication to our our committee and your department, so we understand exactly what kind of tangible steps that you are taking in your department, because when we see the report and it's not there, then you know what, we don't know that what you are doing and what kind of tangible steps that you are taking. And just one more thing that I want to just ask charter schools, because you remember last year you came out and you support charter schools. So a 2023 study from Stanford Center for Research on Education Outcomes found that in math, charter school students on average learned the equivalent of an additional 6 days per year, and in reading added 16 days of learning. Chairwoman, I want to submit this on the record, that this publication
Without objection.
Students in poverty achieve an additional 23 days of learning in reading and 17 days in math. However, the Biden administration proposed $40 million cut to the federal charter school program. Why such excellent result for at-risk students that the administration would like cut? Because we have to add more charter schools.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. I agree with you that parents should have options for their children, and charter schools are a viable option.
Thank you for agreeing with us.
Yeah. You know, and I have to be very frank. You know, the Fiscal Responsibility Act is something we take very seriously. We had to look for where we can provide cuts in our budget proposals that wouldn't impact students. There were several. We cut comprehensive centers by 9%. The innovation and research grants, we cut that by 5%. And while the charter school grant was cut, the proposal was cut, I can assure you that it wouldn't impact any of those who are currently under the grant. The demand for that has decreased. I'd be happy to have my team share more information about that, but it is still the largest K-12 competitive grant that we oversee at the Department of Education. So I think that's testimony to the fact that we do support charter schools as an option for families who choose it.
So there's no impact on charter schools?
No.
A $40 million cut is a lot for the charter schools.
What we've had to do, and again, speaking about the lack of demand, what we've had to do is using the grants, front load dollars. It wouldn't affect any of the CSP awards for years.
Thank
you. My time is up. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Steele. Ms. Wilson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Secretary Cardona, thank you so much for joining us today. I just loved your visit to my elementary school, and I want you to come back again. I want to express my gratitude for the Biden-Harris administration's dedication to our students. Our former Secretary of Education has stated her goal was to eliminate schools. That's what you call insanity on steroids. The Biden-Harris administration want to be somebody's students in their effort to secure the promise of higher education. And I thank you, Secretary, for your work on that issue. No other president has tackled this debacle that cripples so many. No other president. That is why I have proposed the Loan Act that would build on this administration's effort to cancel student loans. Secretary Cardona, last September, you and Secretary Vilsack sent a joint letter to multiple governors, including Florida, urging investment in HBCUs. As you know, President Biden has repeatedly called on raising teacher pay. And during this Teacher Appreciation Week, I would hope the Department of Education reaffirms its commitment to our teachers. I want to also thank the department for its recent Title IX changes that combat sexual harassment and discrimination. It's crucial that we affirm our commitment to safeguarding the LGBTQI+ community and combating sexual misconduct on college campuses, and I thank you for that. One thing of concern to me is the recent FAFSA rollout that has disrupted educational opportunities for thousands of students. But I know together this administration, with your help, will work to deliver for our students to ensure we deliver a high-quality education across these United States. My question is, are there any updates or information you want to share with this committee that we have not addressed? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And let me just start off by saying we are working around the clock to get more students to fill out our FAFSA. The delays created frustrations and to the families and students who had to deal with that. I recognize how difficult that was. I myself have a senior in high school, and they should be thinking about college and all that, and not the delays. I'm proud to say, though, We've processed over 9 million applications. The gap between last year and this year is decreasing significantly, and we have a nationwide strategy now working with our principals, our superintendents. If students go to studentaid.gov right now and fill out FAFSA, it should be a 15 to 20-minute process. If their contributors fill it out, by Friday, the schools will have their information. So it's up and running, and now we've allotted $50 million to assist the implementation, meaning having people help students get it done. This is important to us. I know as a first-generation college student how important it is to make sure you have access to FAFSA. So that is our priority. And thank you for acknowledging Teacher Appreciation Week. We believe strongly that the shortage that we have in our country is a symptom of a teacher respect issue. And I'm really proud that President Biden and Dr. Biden elevated it to a state dinner for National Teachers of the Year, but it really sends the message that we need to provide agency, better working conditions, and competitive salary to our educators. We are strong believers that we need to defend public education, not defund it. And doing that includes supporting our educators who give their best for our children. Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Kiley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. A few days ago, you wrote a letter to universities condemning the rise in anti-Semitism on campuses, and you specifically spoke about incidents of students being physically assaulted, subjected to virulently anti-Semitic statements, being subjected to verbal abuse, finding swastikas on their dorm room doors. You said that these and other incidents are abhorrent, period. They have no place on college campuses. I'm glad that you wrote that letter. You recognized the platform that you have to try to influence behavior for the better on our university campuses. However, there was a lot of things going on there that your letter left unaddressed. So I wanted to take a moment to ask you about a few of them. For example, we've seen at a number of campuses, such as UC San Diego and UCLA, protesters who have blocked physically Jewish students from entering campus or entering spaces on campus. Do you condemn that behavior?
Thank you for the question, and let me just start off by saying hate has no place in our schools.
I understand, and I thank you for that. Can you please address the specific question? Do you condemn those who are physically blocking Jewish students from entering their campuses?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that's a very important message. How about the encampments themselves? These protesters who have set up tents on campus and are refusing to leave in violation of university rules and often the law. Do you condemn that?
I condemn behaviors that are unsafe, and I leave it to the university leaders and their board of governors to address how they handle encampments or or other issues that are happening on campus. What I will say, but if I can finish, please. What I will say is acts of intimidation or violence toward Jewish students, or any students for that matter, are not tolerated. That's not, as the president said, that's not protesting. That's creating a
I appreciate that, and that's an
campus.
important message. But the encampments themselves, when they violate university policies and the law, do you condemn them?
The university has the responsibility to follow, to uphold their rules on campus and act.
So
as
can
they
you tell
should.
me right now, yes or no, if you condemn these encampments?
Again, those are decisions for the universities to make. I know that in some cases, universities are engaging in dialogue with students to come up with a strategy out. I don't want to get into the details of cases that I don't have all the
Sure,
examples.
but you just wrote a letter to university leaders in which you called out things that you think that they ought to do, and so I'm asking, is this one of them? Let me put it this way. For students, or whoever they might be, who are in these encampments, who have been told to leave, who have been told to disperse and move along, and are refusing, what is your message to them?
You know, for me, it's really important to think about this from the perspective of giving the universities the opportunity to engage, but keeping students safe. I think about those students who should be thinking about graduation, and we want to make sure that all students have access to their classes.
Okay, but for students who have been
graduation.
told to leave, or other protesters in encampments, and are refusing to do so, what is your message to them? Will you tell them as the Secretary of Education that they need to leave when they've been told to do so?
Students, all students, whether they have encampments or not, have to follow the rules of the school and make sure that they're not engaging in behaviors that are unsafe.
So students or
discriminatory.
others who are in encampments and have been given orders to leave, they should leave, yes?
If the university directs them to leave, they should leave.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We've also seen examples of faculty who have said, for example, at University of Chicago, that they are willing to be arrested with the students who refuse to leave the encampment. Do you condemn those faculty members who are standing in the way of the rules being enforced?
You know, my responsibility under Title VI is to make sure that students are not being attacked or harassed.
But do you
because
condemn
of who they
faculty
are.
members who are interfering with university or law enforcement efforts to clear encampments? Yes or no?
I believe university officials should adhere to the rules in their university.
So that's a
and
yes. You condemn faculty members who are interfering with efforts to clear encampments.
I support university officials following the rules of their universities, yes.
How about some of these universities that are negotiating changes in university policy towards Israel is as a demand of those who are in the encampments? Do you think that's appropriate?
My responsibility under Title VI is to enforce with the Office for Civil Rights violations of Title VI. And
No,
our
Mr.
letter-
Secretary, you've been very outspoken on a number of issues. So I'm asking you your view. Do you think that's appropriate for universities to cede to demands of those in encampments and actually change policies towards Israel in response?
I think it's my responsibility to be very clear that we will not we will not accept hate on campus, and we stand against that.
We've seen some universities talk about ending study abroad programs to Israel. Do you think that's appropriate?
Our Title VI regulations make it very clear, and if you go to our website at .gov, there's a supporting safer
Okay, I'm not asking
campuses.
about your website. How about demands to cut ties with Hillel? Do you condemn those demands to cut ties with Hillel at universities?
There's guidance there for universities where a lot of the questions that you're asking makes it very clear.
Okay, but your letter said that certain things are abhorrent on campus. Would you say that's one of them? Calls for universities to cut ties with Hillel. Is that abhorrent, to use your word?
Violence towards students, anti-Semitism on campus, which we've seen.
Mr. Secretary, you're not willing to condemn calls to cut ties with Hillel? Will you condemn that, yes or no?
We are responsible for adhering to Title VI and enforcing it, and your support of our budget would help us get to that level. Instead of creating division, as I said at the beginning of my call, it'd be
I yield
helpful
back.
for us to
Thank you,
work
Mr.
together.
Kiley.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ms. Manning, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. Mr. Secretary, I have just returned from a Holocaust memorial ceremony in the Capitol that seemed all too relevant today, because we were reminded that the Holocaust did not start with the death camps. It started with Jews being demonized, harassed, dehumanized, blamed for evils they did not commit. And over the last few months, I have met with Jewish students on college campuses who are being demonized, harassed, dehumanized, blamed for evils they did not commit. And I have visited Columbia University, and I've seen signs that can only be interpreted as calling for the elimination of the State of Israel and genocide against Jewish people around the globe. I am pleased that you have put out the letter that you put out today. It's detailed. It contains real-world examples of the kinds of things that can be considered worthy of an investigation by the Office of Civil Rights. And I appreciate the detailed examples because we need more reasons for schools to do their job and keep Jewish students safe and make sure that we stop the anti-Semitism that is happening on college campuses. So what I am interested in today is finding out what more you can do from your position to stop the anti-Semitism that has exploded on our college campuses. Yeah. If you were given the funding that you need, could you enforce more of the Title VI requirements and help schools and administrators understand what their obligations are?
Absolutely. We could not only, you mentioned the Dear Colleague letter that we submitted today. There was a letter from myself to college presidents Friday with examples, but by investigating, closing out investigations, which the funding that we're asking for will help us to do, we can create case studies or lessons learned from examples of cases closed that are happening today. And so we strongly encourage support of the budget.
As you know, the Department of Education plays a major role in the U.S. national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. President Biden is the first U.S. president ever to issue a national strategy. I have introduced a bipartisan, bicameral bill that would codify the national strategy, and it would designate a senior official at the Department of Education to serve as your primary advisor on countering anti-Semitic discrimination in higher education. Among other duties, this official would proactively visit institutions to remind students of their rights and administrators of their responsibilities. How would having this senior official help you in your obligation to combat anti-Semitism?
Thank you. Any resources that we can get to have human capital to close out cases.
But specifically, a senior official whose job it was to monitor and combat anti-Semitism, would that be helpful to you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, that person would be paying attention to what's happening daily, reaching out to colleges, students, and families, and addressing anti-Semitism.
So I understand that you have deployed personnel to several schools that are currently facing protests. Which schools are the department's employees visiting, and how are they working with school administrators to restore calm and protect Jewish students?
Thank you. We have many open investigations, and we have staff and schools. I can have a more detailed list sent to you. We are communicating regularly with schools, and not only through the investigations, but also engaging with them around how to use the materials that we're providing to prevent anti-Semitism on campus.
You testified before the Senate Appropriations Committee that schools in violation of Title VI, which protects students from anti-Semitism, will have their federal funding revoked. That is a serious position to take. Where do institutions cross the line into violating Title VI, and are you prepared to enforce the law against institutions that cross that line?
I am. It is the last step. The goal is to change behaviors and make campus safe for all students and address the underlying issues that led to the report. If a school openly refuses to adhere to Title VI, revoking funds is something that I can do and I would do.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manning. Mr. Bean, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning, committee. And Mr. Secretary, welcome back. It is great to see you. You, Mr. Secretary, have a very impressive resume. You've been a teacher in Connecticut. You've been an administrator. You were a principal. Would you agree that one of the hardest parts of being an educator is the planning, the logistics of how many kids you have, how many little resources you have to make that out? Is planning a really tough part of being an educator?
Planning is an important part of being an educator.
Very good. So you would agree then when I hear from school districts of how hard it's been, the massive influx of illegal immigrants into our school system, you would agree that that's real. That's real, that they're having a hard time managing all these influx of students that they didn't know were coming.
Planning for new students as a school principal was something that we had to take into account.
So it's a curveball. Do we know how many illegal immigrants are in our school systems right now?
I can have my staff reach out to you about that information. I don't have it off the top of my head.
So, but do you have any idea? Is it in the millions? Is it in 100,000s? Do you have a general idea? And here's the thing. I should know the answer. I don't know. I've gone online to try to find the answer. I don't know the answer. But I would assume the Department of Education, you would know, but you don't know how many are here.
I'd be happy to have my team follow up with you on specifics.
No, I'm sincere when I say I'd like to know. Good. Does there come a number, though? Is there a number in the future that you would say, we just can't take any more? Is there a number that you would agree that we just can't take any more? It's causing our numbers, right, teaching our kids to suffer when we just can't logistically plan for the future. Is there a number that you would say enough is enough?
So it is.
There's not a number?
The responsibility of educators as a school principal, I can tell you.
Oh, you take everybody. I'm with you. And I understand that's the law. Anybody that comes, you take them. But is there a time you're going to say enough? We got to call time out. You would tell Joe Biden time out. We're stressed.
As educators, it's really important that we meet the needs of our
students. So there's no number, and I was hoping you'd tell me there's a number so I can say help is on the way or we'll hit that max, but there is no end in sight. We're all on our own. Are you aware how many schools have been either shut down or partially taken over to house illegal immigrants?
I'm aware of cases of schools that
How
cities
many?
have made.
Do you know how many?
Off the top of my head, I don't.
It's a bunch, and one would be too many for those students that have to do that. So that's something to be aware of. That's when I hear our educators. We have a lot of struggles with numbers right now. I chair the subcommittee on K through 12, and our numbers since COVID have plummeted. And so we've got work to do, Mr. Secretary, and this is something that hopefully they won't have to do it. I want to congratulate you because you have done something few have done. You have united Republicans and Democrats, House members and senators on coming together to say that the Department of Education doesn't have the authority to give money that's not theirs away in the terms of student loans. Are you aware that even the Supreme Court has come out and said this is outside of your authority? Are you aware of that? The Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, has said, Department of Education, this is not your purview. It's not your money. This belongs in Congress. Are you aware of that, Mr. Secretary?
The decision of the Supreme Court was in reference to the HEROES Act. I'm acting under the Higher Education.
So you're interpreting it different. You're saying that you trump Congress and you trump the courts. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Secretary?
That is not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what it appears, and that's why people are struggling with it. People would think it's arbitrary, but yet you've picked winners and losers of who you allow to forgive the money that's not ours. It's the taxpayers. It's not forgiven. It comes back to us. First of all, are you aware that a lot of times, and I've been in hearings, and I was a banker and made loans, a lot of student loans don't actually go to fund education. They're where the students have rolled in credit card debt or taken trips or bought cars. Are you aware that it's not all actually going to education? Are you aware of that?
The work that we're doing with public service loan forgiveness and borrower defense.
You may not be aware, so I'll tell you. I've been to hearings, and the way they do it, they combine debt. But you have picked winners and losers, because for those students that have chosen a religious-based school or a private school, you've not forgiven their loans. Is this your way of declaring war on those that pick a religious school or a private school?
Absolutely not. We're working for the working class folks who need a break. Instead of tax breaks to millionaires, we're trying to focus on helping those who are trying to get their education and not be in a lifetime of debt, sir.
I want to make you aware of so many things out there. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Ms. Omar, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
It's good to see you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you so much for joining us. I got a little jealous about everybody thanking you for coming to their district, so we should soon see you in CD5. I wanted to talk a little bit about the rise in targeting and harassment of students on campus that are protesting against the genocide that's taking place in Gaza, including Jewish students, Black, Brown, Arab, and Muslim students. Emotions and fears are running high as students of all backgrounds say they are fearful of escalations of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and bigotry. My office has received countless stories from Jewish students, Arab students, Muslim students who have been targeted, harassed, and alienated on campus just because they are standing against the genocide that's happening in Gaza. I know that you've been meeting with students, parents, and leaders. Is there something that you can share with us about the rise of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on college campuses?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. You know, when I hear from students and families directly, they're scared. They're scared. You know, safety on campus is something that they don't feel like they should compromise or, you know, we strongly condemn any acts of violence or discrimination on campus. We've been very clear about that. But what I'm hearing from families is, you know, that they're scared, that children are having to hide symbols of their faith on their way to class so that they're not targeted. That to me is, you know, as a father and as an educator, something that I stand against.
I know that the administration has condemned a lot of speech on campus. What I have not heard be condemned is statements like kill all Muslims, kill all Arabs, level Gaza. Do you condemn those kind of comments?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Will you give your commitment to this committee and the American people that the department will investigate complaints of Islamophobia, Palestinian, anti-Arab, and anti-Muslim discrimination?
Yes.
Thank you. What additional support could Congress provide for you to be able to ensure robust oversight and investigation and accountability is carried out?
No, thank you for that. We're asking for a $22 million increase in our budget. We were flat funded last year. In 2009, we had 58 more investigators and a third of the cases that we have today. In 2019, there were 10,000 cases a year. 2021, 22, there were 19,000. The increase is extremely high. We need additional investigators to close out these cases and make sure we're providing support to our students.
Do you have an idea of the number of cases that are pending at the moment?
We have 145 cases on shared ancestry open.
On college campuses?
On college campuses, yeah.
I want to pivot. Last time you were here, I asked you about the Mohela frustration that a lot of borrowers were experiencing, feeling like their rights were being violated. We talked about how concerned I was about renewing their contract. I know that the department has done some work in taking some of the cases off. It seems like that you all are going through some processing pauses as the transition happens. How are you ensuring that the borrowers do not have an interruption as the transition and the pause continues?
Sure, thank you for that. And let me just go back to, we have 145 open cases, 100 cases since October 7th, and they may include K-12, but 100 cases since, and I believe those are college. I can get that information to you. We are transitioning some cases, as Mohela requested, to other servicers. We're communicating with borrowers to try to minimize disruption for public service loan forgiveness.
Okay. And I'm wondering how the department is planning to make sure those that remain with Mohela are able to receive a better service.
Well, look, I think part of the fixing the broken higher education system is making sure that we're looking at it from the perspective of the consumer. We need to improve student borrower services, really. And part of that, a lot of the work that we're doing at FSA and just contracting is to improve services. We're also holding folks accountable, all servicers. And there have been payments that we've withheld because the services weren't great to our borrowers. So we are holding them more accountable, and we're providing more resources. And as you mentioned with Mohela, we're moving some cases over at their request to make the process smoother for our borrowers.
Wonderful. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burleson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, since coming to Congress, I have been really, when people ask me what are your thoughts, one of the things that I've taken away from this place and tried to convey back home is a shocking amount of espionage and activity from foreign adversaries into the United States. And some of those briefings that we've had included here in the Education Committee, particularly when it comes to China and their involvement and their form of elite capture that occurs. And so my question has to do with Section 117 of the Higher Education Act that mandates that the universities and colleges must report twice each year to the Secretary whenever they receive foreign monetary or non-monetary gifts in excess of $250,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In October of 2020, the Department of Education under the Trump administration conducted a study, and they issued a report entitled Institutional Compliance with Section 117 of the Higher Education Act of 1965. This is the copy of the study. I'm sure that you reviewed that study before.
I've been briefed, yes.
Yes. Madam Chair, I'd like to enter this into the record if that's possible.
Without objection.
Thank you. So in this study, they document a shocking number of universities and colleges that were out of compliance with Section 117. Do you have any comments regarding that?
Yeah, thank you. I share your concern. I'm a big believer that we have to stop any foreign influence in our schools. We're committed to that, and we're committed to working with you to make sure that we communicate what we're doing on that. I can tell you that the Department of Education has taken it seriously. We provided foreign gifts reports of over almost 39,000 foreign gifts that were given to universities, over $21 billion. So this is something that we communicate openly. We believe in the transparency. Additionally, sir, we're part of the FBI's National Counterintelligence Task Force to make sure that our agency is working with law enforcement, investigative arm, to make sure that not only are we transparent about the information and clear which universities are getting which gifts from which countries, but that the arm that does the investigations has the information. We take it very seriously and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you. Have you followed up on this report and the information with an updated report? Particularly what I'm interested in is how many universities are in compliance today versus were in compliance in 2020.
Mm-hmm. I can have that information looked into and sent to you, sir.
Okay. If you haven't done a report, would you agree that you'd be willing to do a follow-up report on that?
I'd be happy to have some follow-up with you on the questions that you have.
Because I'm not trying to be rude. I'm actually asking a legitimate question, because I would think, based on what came out of this report, that you would genuinely want to know where the universities stand and how many of them are in compliance with Section 117.
Yeah, we're definitely interested in making sure foreign influence is out of our schools, which is why we've reported more gifts than the previous administration. We're going to continue to work with the FBI's National Counterintelligence Task Force on investigations.
And then with my limited time, I want to go into an extension of this, which has to do with, I think what we're seeing is obviously the uprise on anti-Semitism on our college campuses. There's been some connections made to groups like Students for Justice in Palestine and other groups. Are you investigating any foreign involvement or connections between foreign entities and funneling money into some of these groups?
Thank you. Currently, we have 145 open investigations. Many of them are shared ancestry. What I can tell you is when we initiate an investigation, information comes out during the investigation that might move the investigation or broaden it. So while I can't comment specifically on your question, I can tell you that that's within the scope of information that we receive from schools, and if that is part of our investigation request, then it's something that would be investigated.
And these groups, they can receive the money, but only directly through the universities. Is that correct, or can they receive money directly from the outside?
I could have my team follow up with you on that information.
Okay, that would be good to know.
Sure.
Thank you. My time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Burleson. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Excuse me. No, I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, you've heard a lot about the FAFSA, and we expect you to get that back on track as quickly as possible. You've also heard a lot about the student debt problem and whether or not the taxpayer ought to be paying for the loan forgiveness. Whether people who are not students should be paying for the loan forgiveness. Did you hear the Republicans complain about the Trump tax cut, where 80% of the benefits went to the top 1%? Did you hear them complain that the 99% had to actually pay for that? Or did you hear them complain about the PPP loans? People who don't own a business had to pay for the forgiveness of those PPP loans. Do you hear any complaints about that?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, now, how many colleges and universities are there in the United States?
There's well over 5,000, sir.
And on how many campuses are there active encampments or protests at this point?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but it's a small number, sir.
About 30 or 40? About 1%, 50 maybe? About 1%. Right. And on those campuses, how many students are actually participating in the protest?
Well, it depends on campus, but I would say probably a smaller percentage.
Small group. Okay. Now, you've been asked how to intervene on how the campus should be handling these without much information, and it varies from case to case. If a student had a protest on better food in the cafeteria, would you be expected to intervene and tell the college how to deal with that?
I would likely not, sir.
You indicated that all students have a right to be safe on campus. That means they all have the right to be protected under Title VI and Title IX. That means free from anti-Semitism, but also Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, Asian hate, gender identity. And did I hear you say that there were about 140 some cases of, what'd you say, shared heritage?
Yeah, shared ancestry, 145.
And that would include all of the anti-Semitism cases.
Correct.
And how many open cases do you have on everything else?
We have 145 under shared ancestry. I can have that information provided for you to have more accurate numbers. I don't have that in front of me.
But the number of open cases is over 10,000, isn't it?
The number of cases that we get a year is probably closer to 19,000.
Okay. Under the implementation of Every Student Succeeds Act, that implementation was disrupted by the pandemic. It had about three major provisions. One is that you have to ascertain whether or not there are achievement gaps and have credible strategy to do something about it, and resource equity. How are we getting back on track to implement the provisions of Every Student Succeeds Act?
Thank you, Ranking Member. We take very seriously the accountability that assures that our students are making gains. Academically, we've been paying attention to not only NAEP data, but statewide data that tells us that students have recovered a third of the pandemic learning loss in math, a quarter in reading, and that the gains have been 2 times as high in math than in typical years, and in reading 5 times as much growth. So we're seeing growth based on the implementation of the dollars. However, it's important that we continue to use the assessment data that is provided by states, that our Office of Elementary and Secondary Education have regular conversations and meetings with states to monitor growth and subgroup information in terms of students that are achieving.
Now, some of that growth because we had significant funding under Title I in the American Rescue Plan Act?
Sir, I would say as a teacher and principal, it was because of the additional funding and the great use by our educators in the field.
I just have, I guess, I have several other questions I'll submit, but can you say a word about after-school program funding?
They're critical, and we have to do better as a country. In our grant, in our proposal, we have funding for after-school programs to reduce summer slide. We have to do better. We can't go back to where we were.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Moran, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Secretary Cardona, we spoke last year, and I want to follow up with some of what we talked about last year, but let me start with just making sure that those in my East Texas district are aware of this new Title IX rule that's being proposed by the Biden administration. On April 29th, 2024, this new regulation was published, and this final rule dramatically, in my opinion, changes the existing Title IX regulations. It weakens protections for women and girls and dilutes due process protections for those accused of sexual harassment as defined under the regulations. The rule also expands the definition of sex to include gender identity, as you well know. This is going to result in the removal of female-only spaces for women and girls, effectively forcing them to share bathrooms and showers with biological males. It's atrocious, in my opinion. I want to go back to what you said last year when we talked. I asked you specifically about local control, and you stated, quote, when I was at the local level and even at the district and state level, I prefer that those decisions be made at the local level. That's where it should be. That's exactly what you said. Those were your words. You also went further last year and you said, quote, you are working with local school boards to make sure we are staying in our lanes. Our country was designed to have local control. Frankly, I was shocked that you would tell me that last year, given the overreach of the Department of Education. I was glad that you said that. And so now I have even more problem with what's going on, not in the words that you gave last year, but in the actions of the Department of Education, and in particular in this new rule. Do you still stand by those statements that you made last year?
Absolutely.
All right. Having stood by those statements, I'm going to tell you what my districts back home are telling me. I've got 2 letters I want to introduce. Madam Chairwoman, I ask for unanimous consent to introduce into the record an April 30th, 2024 letter by Tyler ISD, which is my largest school district.
Without objection.
I also ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Van Independent School District dated May 7th, 2024.
Without.
I'll tell you some of the statements that are made by the superintendent to me as it relates to this Title IX atrocious rule. Talks about it being constitutionally overreaching and an illegal edict that is so offensive to our daughters, wives, and mothers. That's one of the statements that he makes to me on the local level. And I can assure you the rest of my school districts share that opinion. Also says in this letter that it is an inexcusable federal assault toward girls and women that has no place in schools. That's what the local communities in Texas, in East Texas, where I represent, what they think about the Title IX letter. From Van Independent School District, it says in their letter, the changes to Title IX forces schools to treat boys as if they were girls and to accept every student's self-declared gender identity. And I've said before, and I say it again today proudly, I say that I believe men and women were created by God with equal and eternal value, but very different. Very different. And it's not up to us to try to change that identity in our humanity. Do you agree with that or you disagree with that?
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. I want to correct some of the provisions under Title IX. It's creating greater protections. You mentioned that it.
I asked you about my
affects
statement. Do you
due
agree or
process.
disagree with the statement that I made about our Creator creating men and women differently but equally?
I can tell you what, as a school principal too, that I do believe in local control, but I don't believe that it's my responsibility.
We covered local control last year. I'm asking you a very specific question about the creation by God of men and women and whether or not they are equally but differently created.
It's my responsibility to protect all students, not just the one that some people pick and choose.
Well, this is, that should be an easy question. We've seen this before. People sit before our panel. We've seen it with the college presidents here recently, where there are moral truths, there are moral foundations that seem very evident to a lot of folks, that people that somehow sit in your chair cannot answer directly. It's atrocious, in my opinion. I want to end my statement today, because this is Teacher Appreciation Week, by saying this, because I do appreciate all of the hard work that all of our teachers across this United States actually does for our students day in and day out. In the state of Texas, there are well over 300,000 teachers that serve our 5 million students. I've met with a lot of teachers across my district, and just like you said last year, they don't want the federal government telling them how to do their job and what their job is. It's unfortunate that this administration continues to do just that and issue rules and regulations that are contrary not just to local control, but frankly, morality. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's so great to see you, Mr. Secretary. I'm absolutely in awe of not only your work with the Department of Education, but just really your performance here today. You are so good at answering questions very clearly and succinctly, and I also appreciated your written testimony, but I'd just like to reflect too, there are so many critical topics that intersect with your purview, and we appreciate that you're here to review the President's annual budget proposal and answer some of the questions from us. Earlier this term, I introduced the AID Act, the Student Aid Act, to make yet again another adjustment to FAFSA, recognizing that there are parents of students going to college, parents who still have student loan debt themselves, but yet their student doesn't qualify for financial aid. And I came up with this idea while knocking doors in Hazel Park, Michigan, and I reached a UAW household. Both mom and dad work with the UAW in various automotive plants around Metro Detroit, and Dad had said to me, Haley, we're so excited to send our kids off to Michigan State, but yet we didn't qualify for financial aid, even though I'm still sitting on tens of thousands of dollars of student loan debt myself. So it's a bill that's received a lot of support from my colleagues. I just wanted to put it on your radar. I also wanted to remind you that in Michigan, our governor, who has been so dedicated to the plight of educators in our schools and has really accomplished some incredible things. Free and reduced lunch for all. I know that's within the Department of Agriculture largely, but it's something that you care deeply about. Free pre-K as well as free and affordable two-year degree programs, particularly at the community college level. And then lastly, in Michigan, we have been rocked by school shootings. Michigan State, in February of 23, and of course the Oxford school shooting. Students at Oxford High were in middle school when I was marching for their lives in Detroit after the Parkland shooting. And we know that we have a great runway following the bipartisan passage of a gun safety bill, and particularly additional resources that are going to communities to tackle school shootings. Sir, I just want to commend you for your leadership, and thank you so much. And then with my remaining time, I just wanted to give you a few minutes to talk about your work and the administration's work, and particularly with the budget on funding for IDEA. Really near and dear to my heart, something that I have rallied all of the Oakland County school system around in terms of full funding for IDEA. But just wanted to get some of your input here on better coordination of services, what we'll get from this budget proposal. Thrilled to see some of the numbers in here with 15.4 for IDEA, as well as some of the different components that are coming down.
Yeah, thank you for that opportunity. First of all, let me just say, working as a teacher and a school principal, I remember countless meetings with families, parents whose children are receiving special education services, and it was really important to remember that they receive the core curriculum first, right? They're students first, and then they get extra support. We are asking for an increase in IDEA to get us to I think is like 10.7% of the funding of it in FY24. So the increase is 10.3 for 25. We recognize that this is not yet keeping with what the federal commitment was set to be, but we are seeking more dollars than has ever been asked before. The students and families deserve it. We know caseloads of special education teachers across the country is exceedingly high, which prevent our students from getting the individualized support that they need. So IDEA support for students with disabilities is critical for us in our budget and the work that we do ahead.
Yeah, and we recognize that the president makes a series of trade-offs when proposing his budget, and it is our responsibility here in the Congress as authorizers on this committee who knock on the door of the appropriators to really push for that original mandate, that 50-year mark that we're about to hit of fully funding special education in the United States of America. This will be a game changer for our schools, our educators. I certainly call on my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to push for that as appropriation season is upon us. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Ms. Stevens. Ms. Chavez-DeRemer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Cardona, it's been a busy time for you, and in this time in history, not for very good reasons. This committee is unsettled by the failures of both you and your staff in handling the FAFSA debacle and rising anti-Semitism on college campuses. But I want to start with the FAFSA. Over the past months, my district has been handling a high number of cases for parents seeking help with the FAFSA and how to deal with your department. They can't get a real person on the phone. They spend hours on hold and eventually are told their issues are technical glitches with zero guidance on what the next steps might be. All the while, their kids missed early acceptance deadlines because they didn't know how much financial aid they were going to be working with. That part really frustrates me. Actually, when I think about, do I get mad about certain things? Those are the kind of things of unresponsiveness. And it's been 100% to my Office of Non-Responsiveness, not even a confirmation of receiving the case when we submit one. And I pride myself on casework. The congressional phone line for the Department of Ed sometimes allows the team to leave a message, but no one ever calls us back. So I've been frustrated. Other agencies at least respond, that they'll get back to me with an answer. And so I asked myself, who did you hire? Because it seems unacceptable. And really, quite frankly, I've hired and fired throughout my career people, and it seems pathetic to not be able to at least hire people who can return a message. The Department of Education, if it exists for a real purpose, it's to increase access to education. And you and your staff seem to have failed spectacularly, unfortunately, in the casework in clearing that bar. Let me talk now about another low bar the department seems to be struggling with. After October 7th, anti-Semites on college campuses came out in droves. Jewish students have openly stated that they feel threatened and unsafe, and some have been physically assaulted. About a week ago, one rabbi affiliated with Columbia University advised Jewish students to leave campus for Passover. Schools have canceled their commencement ceremonies, and last week, GW University's law school here in DC relocated its final exams to an undisclosed and secure location. Our schools in Oregon are dealing with similar situations, and I've talked to those university presidents and what the future could look like. It really is the greatest crisis in American education in decades. Last week, before a Senate Appropriations Subcommittee, you mentioned the department's Office of Civil Rights roughly had 145 investigations into the universities and schools and the school districts for potential Title VI violations. This, of course, is the legal basis for investigations and actions regarding discrimination based on race or religion. In this case, countless Jewish students. You somewhat touched on it today, but what is the timeline for the resolution of these investigations, and when will penalties, if appropriate, be announced and imposed? And I really would hope that you don't answer, if you give us more money, you'll have those answers.
Thank you for the questions. I agree with you that hate has no place on our campuses and we must act. I just want to go back and say this is the administration that reopened schools, provided debt relief, and overhauled a 40-year-old FAFSA system. And while delayed, we are working 24/7 to serve the people that you represent. And I'm committed to making sure you have information. I'll ask someone from my team to reach out to you this week on your questions. With regard to the anti-Semitism, it's unacceptable, and we take a very strong stance on that. We have more cases open. We've closed more cases than the last administration already. We're committed to it. We have guidance within 2 clicks of our website that provides a Dear Colleague letter that was sent out today, a letter that I sent out Friday. This is something we take very seriously as well.
Thank you. And so the reason these investigations are important to get through is because it really doesn't seem to protect students when they need it most, and that's
Right.
immediately. On December 6th, you received a letter from the leaders of the Jewish Orthodox Jewish Congregations of America. They asked you to issue that guidance. And I was glad to see this morning that you issued that new guidance for the administrators from pre-K to post-grad to fulfill those Title VI obligations. Mr. Secretary, exactly how many forms of guidance have you now circulated since October 7th?
We've had over 100 actions, and I can tell you with the guidance, I have to say at least 3 or 4 that I can think of off the top of my head. There could be more. Visit ed.gov, click on supporting campus safety.
Thank
and
you.
there's a whole list there for
Okay.
yourself and your constituents.
Thank you. It also says schools have a legal responsibility to address the discrimination against those students. And it sounds like that you would include when protesters shout from the river to the sea at Jewish students. And yet, out of roughly 10 reference examples this new guidance provides, the chant is never mentioned. So 2 final questions before my time is up. Does the department recognize that screaming from the river to the sea at Jewish students is a call for genocide? And 2, if schools do not follow this guidance, will you impose penalties such as withholding funding, as you committed to Congresswoman Manning that you will do that?
Calls for genocide are abhorrent, and we stand against those. And if brought
Will
forward
you
in an
withhold funding, as you committed to Congresswoman Manning?
Absolutely. If schools refuse to adhere to Title VI, absolutely.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Smucker, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Secretary.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Smucker, and after your questioning, we will take a break and then come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I'm deeply concerned about the fact that your department failed 2 financial audits for 2 consecutive years. After inspecting your department numbers, your independent auditor was unable to complete the audit, instead was forced to issue what's known as a disclaimer of opinion, which, by the way, hasn't happened in 2 decades, and is a really big deal in the auditing world. Your auditor said, in effect, that they had no confidence in your numbers and how the department carries out estimates and assumptions for the direct and FFEL student loan portfolios. My staff followed up and spoke with your auditor and learned that during the course of the 2023 audit, your department discovered 22,000 anomalies in the data. That is the basis for the student loan portfolio. And then, after doing additional investigation, your department discovered another 8 million anomalies in the data. This means that the underlying data you were feeding into the student loan portfolio was just simply filled with errors. So all in all, a very highly irresponsible financial management from the department, particularly of a $1.6 trillion portfolio owned by 43 million borrowers. If the department were a private bank, you would be held accountable to your investors and you'd be out of business by now. And it certainly undermines any confidence that anyone can have in your estimates and assumptions that the department has used in these portfolios. Why should the Department of Education and the Office of Student Aid be treated any differently than a private financial institution?
Thank you for the questions. I agree with you. That's really important to make sure that we're up to date on our financial audits. And I just want to correct the statement. It wasn't a failure. It was a disclaimer of opinion. Those are two different things based on the information that they were provided. We're doing new things that have never been done at the Department of Education. Number two, the errors in the data. You're absolutely right. I'm proud that our team found this and is correcting it. It's been there for several administrations. It was our team that found it and is fixing it. We operate on 0.2% of a budget for a $1.6 trillion portfolio. We're not being treated like other banks. So what we're asking is for a modest increase in our budget.
You're not being treated how? But I'm sorry, I missed.
No, funding-wise, to administer the $1.6 trillion portfolio, we are operating on 0.2% for administrative costs. We are asking for additional dollars to help make sure that we can not only implement the comments from auditors, but also improve services for our students.
But how do you think we should be providing additional funding? Do you think the American taxpayer should be satisfied with the funding that you have today, with the way that you're handling $1.6 trillion in taxpayer dollars?
We found the errors and we're correcting that. We're providing better services, and it's our goal to do a better job providing services for our borrowers. Your support of the budget would help that.
I want to get to the clock hour rule, which is the department has reversed what is known as the clock hour rule, which allows career-oriented education programs that are offered at community colleges and career colleges to provide students with the education, with the amount of hours that they feel that students need to be successful in the career, specifically to extend the number of hours to more than 150% of the state's minimum, and then still receive the federal financial aid. And as I said, that policy, it's important for a lot of these programs. They're complicated careers, and the schools and the students feel they need additional hours to be adequately prepared. So I think that policy is going to result in less students having access to education, and that will lead them to these good-paying jobs. In response to industry concerns, the department announced that it will use, and I quote, enforcement discretion when enforcing the rule between July of 2024 and January of 2025. But there's no guarantee for schools that they'll be given the time they need to get all the necessary approvals by state legislators, accrediting agencies, and federal regulators. So first, why the policy in the first place? Why would the government mandate that schools can only offer a bare minimum of hours to students?
Thank you for that question. Look, I think we're on the same page. We want to make sure we have opportunities for students to engage in, whether it's CTE or industry-connected fields. We want to make sure that while we're providing greater opportunities, we're also providing high-quality programming. But what I'm hearing from you is that there's some concerns, and we want to make sure that we're listening and responsive to the concerns. So I'll ask my team to follow up.
I want to ask one additional question. I'm running out of time. You mentioned discretionary enforcement. I don't know exactly what that means. Can you simply delay the full implementation of the rule until January 2025?
Thank you, sir. We'll take that into consideration, and I'll have my team follow up with you on those.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Smucker. We do have members who are coming back after votes, so we're going to take a break right now for votes, and we will be back 5 minutes after the third vote begins.
it? No? Yeah. Only because I know where it is, and I think it'll take me like 10 minutes to get it.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for coming back after our break for votes. I now recognize Mr. Comer for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Secretary Cardona, for being here today. You acknowledged in your testimony that a budget is a statement of values. I hope you will agree that the hateful and vile sentiments being spewed on many college campuses are not in any way the values of the Department of Education. Over the last several years, we have seen university presidents begging for assistance from local law enforcement, including those like George Washington University, facing resistance from local elected officials several blocks away here in Washington, D.C. And I know that because I met with the university president last week. Mr. Secretary, President Biden asserted that there's the right to protest, but not the right to cause chaos. Do you share those values and sentiments with the president?
I do.
Do you condemn the illegal activities and anti-Semitic and discriminatory speech we have seen over the last several weeks on college campuses?
I do.
Have you been in contact with George Washington University President Ellen Granberg regarding her request for assistance in clearing the unlawful encampment?
I have not spoken to the president. Our staff is available to work with colleges. We have spoken to hundreds of presidents in the last several months, and we'll continue to make ourselves available.
Have you spoken with Washington, D.C. Mayor Bowser regarding the request from George Washington University to utilize law enforcement to clear the trespassers who have invaded the campus?
I have not spoken to the mayor.
Well, I'll note, and Madam Chair also serves on the House Oversight Committee, the mayor will be in attendance here tomorrow on an emergency hearing we called on the Oversight Committee to try to understand why the mayor has refused to assist with the request from George Washington University. So, Mr. Secretary, do you believe preventing law enforcement from providing security within their jurisdiction is a dereliction of the mayor's duty?
Sir, I can tell you that hate has no place in our schools, and we take the role of enforcing Title VI very seriously. We're committed not only to compliance, but also to building capacity and providing resources so that university leaders and the public in general have tools at their fingertips on how to keep campuses safe. There is too much hate happening on our campus that we have to address, and we're adamant that we are providing more materials and compliance oversight given the resources that we have. I strongly suggest, sir, that you support our budget, which will allow us to have more investigators to expeditiously move forward on these cases.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Secretary. Will you commit to supporting President Granberg and George Washington University administrators in similar situation and other university administrators in similar situations in restoring order and removing illegal encampments from university grounds?
You know, it's my responsibility to make sure that campuses are safe, that students have a safe learning environment, that they can proceed with graduations.
So will you commit? Well, I can tell you because I walked through the encampment. It's not a safe learning environment. We heard from several Jewish students at George Washington University who were threatened. They were being threatened while they were escorting us through the encampment. The university president begging the city of Washington, D.C. police to come in and remove the trespassers, and they are refusing to do so. I believe we're in the second week now. I believe it's almost been 14 days. We're approaching the third week of this violation of the law of trespassers, intimidation of Jewish students, desecration of statues, the statue of George Washington, dressed as, it appeared to me, a Hamas soldier. So I do think the Department of Education should bear some responsibility. I do think it's the role of the Department of Education to ensure that these students' lives are being protected, that they're in a safe environment. And from what I saw firsthand at George Washington University, I don't think that's the case, especially for Jewish students. So I guess my question is, will you commit to working with these university presidents and administrators who are begging these local law enforcement officials in these, I hate to say this, but blue cities who are refusing for whatever reason to go in and remove the trespassers? Will you commit to working with these university professors, because they're reaching out asking for help from somewhere. The House Oversight Committee has jurisdiction over the city of Washington, D.C. We're going to do everything we can, but there are a lot of campuses in a lot of cities around the United States where the administrators are begging for assistance. Can they call the Department of Education, and will you assist?
Yes, they can call the Department of Education. We're going to make ourselves available to support them and ultimately make sure students are safe on campus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. Mr. Williams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Secretary, you've made it this far. Are you a hockey fan?
I love, I'm a big football fan.
Okay, so that'd be a no. But that actually is a good lead into my question. You've probably heard of Wayne Gretzky,
I have.
famous hockey player who used to say that what made him great is that he would skate to where the puck was going to be. And everything I've observed, you have done an extraordinary job of skating to where the puck is not going to be. I would call it your greatest skill. And maybe that's because you're a football fan, but I think the efforts that you go to avoid answering questions seem to be antithetical to the purpose of these kinds of hearings. But, you know, are you going to be, is your department going to have all the kinks worked out on FAFSA enrollment by October 1st, by the beginning of the 2024-2025 deadline?
Yeah, we recognize how important FAFSA is, and we're committed to making
I'm
sure.
so glad it's important. Are you going to be ready on October 1st? I mean,
committed
this is the executive branch. You are, right? I mean, you're in charge of that? Is that right?
I am in charge of it.
Okay, and so October 1st, 2024, what should parents expect?
My expectation is that FAFSA will be ready to go and that they're going to have information on.
Are you committing to that? Are you, I mean, these are parents are planning. Are you committing October 1st, 2024? Man, that FAFSA thing, you know, a year late, I'm sorry, but it's going to work?
As I said before, and I repeat it again, I'm making sure that the staff knows this is the highest priority and that it's my expectation that on October 1st it's ready.
Do you have the authority to make things happen in your department?
Yes.
You're certain?
The answer was yes.
Okay, good, thank you. One of the things that I've seen is that we have campuses that are essentially being burned down on Title IX issues, and I'm sorry, on Title VI issues, and you're spending a lot of time on rewriting Title IX issues. We have Jewish students afraid to go to classes. We have disruptions, classes being canceled, commencement being canceled. Which of these accomplishments are you most proud of?
This morning we issued a Dear Colleague letter for college leaders. Friday, I submitted a letter to 5,000 leaders. We are committed to ensuring Title VI is adhered to. We have more investigations on shared ancestry, and we're working diligently to move those investigations to completion. Your support of the budget would be helpful. And so we're committed also to providing resources to universities on how to comply with Title VI.
A little late, isn't it? Don't you think?
No, we didn't just start this. This is like our third set of guidance. I would ask you to visit the resource page that we put together with input from parents, students, Jewish leaders, and university
I'll be
leaders.
happy, in good faith, I'll be happy to do that. You mentioned your budget, that you're asking for an increase of $3 billion, is that right?
For FSA? Are you saying for
the
federal student aid?
I don't think it was.
Or in general,
I thought it was for
yes.
the whole thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and you're cutting charter schools by $40 million. Is that correct?
No, we're proposing a reduction of $40 million to the charter schools grant.
What's the difference between your cutting by $40 million and you're proposing?
Well,
Help me do that, because this is where the
Yeah.
puck is, and it's sort of opposite of
Sure.
the use of the English language that I've grown
Sure.
accustomed.
Well, that's fine. So we're proposing $40 million decrease to the budget that we had before.
Students in my district, and particularly in some of the poorest neighborhoods in my district, there's waiting lists to get on charter schools, and they depend on this. I understand from your previous testimony that that it won't cut any services to charter schools. I think that was your representation in testimony today. Is that right? Is that your
charter
expectation?
school grant that we operate, which is still the largest competitive K-12 grant that we have, we would not see a reduction in CSP awards, correct?
Well, I encourage you to stick with football because hockey's not going to be your sport. Thanks so much for your time. I yield back, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Omar, do you have a closing statement you'd like to make?
Our education system must break down barriers, not create them. We must ensure that every student, regardless of zip code, has access to equitable and high-quality education. Yet, as we near the 70th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, it is disheartening to see racial and economic segregation persist in America's schools. Secretary Cardona, a good quality education should be a right afforded to every student. Thank you, and to the Biden and Harris administration. We have seen great strides in our K-12 and higher education system. While Democrats continue to push for progress, our efforts have been dampened by Republicans' extreme culture war-fueled agenda. We must prioritize meaningful solutions over harmful and divisive rhetoric. We must put people over politics. As we move forward, Democrats are committed to supporting the department to reflect our commitment to an equitable education. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Omar. I now recognize myself for a closing statement. Mr. Secretary, you admitted here today that college graduates earn over $1 million more than those who don't go to college. Let me repeat that. In your own words, college graduates are wealthier. So why in the hell should Americans who have chosen a less expensive path to a career pay the student loan bill of their wealthier peers? From the regressive and inflationary repayment pause you continued for over 3 years, to blanket bailouts for borrowers making over $300,000, to your so-called SAVE plan that ensures lawyers and those with advanced degrees pay back a fraction of what they owe, your department is simply transferring wealth from disadvantaged families you claim to care about to your political donor class you need to help you win this year's election. It's shocking how much the debt cancellation agenda has steered your ship. And despite all of this, your department's FY 2025 budget request shows that under your leadership, students will default at greater rates going forward than those who borrowed at the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. If that truly is the case, I don't know how to characterize your tenure other than an abysmal failure. Now I want to turn to anti-Semitism. You unequivocally condemned anyone saying, "Kill all Muslims." Good for you. We all should condemn that. And yet, when given multiple opportunities, you wouldn't condemn from the river to the sea, nor would you condemn calls for campuses to eliminate Hillel. How can the Jewish community in this country trust you to address anti-Semitism on campuses if you have such double standards about anti-Semitism? Americans are waking up to the radicalism on campus and the radical progressive agenda that has consumed the Department of Education. And thank God they are. With that, I adjourn the committee and thank the Secretary for being here.
Thank you.